Hello, everybody. My name is Apostate Aladdin, and today's live stream is for ex-Muslims to call in and share their stories, share their thoughts, give them a chance to talk with other people who might be in a similar situation like they are, or just, you know, let off some steam. Um, First of all, I want to start by saying thank you to Nas for becoming a member of my channel. If you would like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member or joining my Patreon, or if you want to do a one-time donation, you could do that over PayPal as well. Yeah, and I think that covers the introduction for today. We already have one caller waiting to join in the private chat. I've pinned the link to the live chat if you would like to join this call. Please leave a brief description of who you are and what you want to talk about in the private chat once you join. Um, let's begin. Well, I want to say first hello to everyone in the live chat. Thank you for being here so early, or rather on time. And we'll start with the first caller. I'll add you in three, two, one. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, how are we doing?
Good. How are you?
Am I coming through clearly?
Yeah, microphone quality is fantastic.
Oh, excellent. Yes, so I am a former member of the Ahmadiyya community, which is a small community, largely not recognized by the sort of mainstream orthodoxy. And I left probably around, formally, I left a couple of years ago, but informally sort of checked out. I would say around about uni time, actually, the exposure to new ideas and well, I guess the university is a marketplace of ideas, so it kind of that exposure was not something I was used to. It's quite an insular community. Now, I don't know how much people know about the Ahmadiyya community, generally speaking, but there is a fine line that needs to be walked. Being an ex-Ahmadi, it's quite unique in the sense of, unfortunately, there is still a lot of discrimination and ostracization against the Ahmadiyya community, particularly in Pakistan, where it's baked into the constitution. I think actually the Pakistani constitution is the only one in the world that actively discriminates against the Ahmadiyya community. So, for example, if I was to go to Pakistan, I would have to, upon entering, I would have to sign a piece of paper that would say something like, I reject Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as the Messiah and Mahdi as represented by the Ahmadi community. And obviously, there's always intermittent conflict within Pakistan and Qadian around the right for self-determination for Ahmadis. So whilst I no longer associate with the community from a theological perspective, I absolutely stand with them with their right to self-determinate and against any violence that they're subject to, unfortunately, which is carrying on. But for my journey, a lot of it was about, like for me, my primary goal is to, understand what I'm believing in, essentially. Growing up in that kind of environment, it's informally nicknamed the sugarcoating of Islam, or the sugarcoated version of Islam, in many respects. A lot of the apologetics around Ahmadiyyat are markedly different from sort of the orthodoxy. It makes it a little bit more sophisticated in terms of the way they approach the theology. But in any case, there was enough there for me to still, be highly skeptical about many of the claims that they make, even if some of the stances they take on things like, hell or the treatment of women is somewhat progressive, relatively speaking. So, for me, I took a couple of years out just to read a lot of the literature that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. For people who don't know, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was the founder of the movement, sort of the beginning of the 19th century, and he made all sorts of claims. A lot of the books he wrote have not actually been translated from the early translations in Urdu, and for good reason. A lot of the material is quite suspicious, to put it lightly, and very
Well, I want to ask you
strange.
something about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, So what does he claim? Does he claim to be the next prophet, or like what is his authority?
He claims to be the Messiah and Mehdi, but he makes a lot of different claims over the course of his I guess his life, different sort of in fact, let me try and find the actual
Because I'm
a lot
curious
of
how, like, especially in Islam, we're hardened against any claims of prophethood after Muhammad. So how did he do it? How did he convince people that he was a new version of a prophet or something?
well, the Ahmadiyya community claims Mirza Ghulam Ahmad came to fulfill Islamic prophecy regarding the return of the Messiah in the latter day times. So his mission was to revive Islam to sort of a peaceful community under the guidance of a Khilafat. So Khilafat is the institution that essentially is a sort of a top-down institution, the spiritual guidance, essentially. But yeah, a lot of what Mirza Ghulam or a lot of Ahmadis believe that he was not a traditional sense of a prophet of starting a new religion or bringing a new book or anything like that, but merely someone who's a reviver of the faith and who's subservient to Muhammad in this sect. Even within the Ahmadiyya community, there's sectarianism. So there's another branch of the Ahmadiyya community called the Lahori sect, who believe that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was only a mujahid and not a prophet. But essentially, the Ahmadis believe that prophethood is essentially an indication that one may have been given the ability to make prophecy. So a lot of what Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's writings, in terms of his I guess his credence or his credibility, a lot of it came from the appearance or fulfillment of prophecies, for example. And there are some resources that people could look into in terms of the how convincing or not some of these prophecies are. So there is a sort of, I guess, a lot of what people misunderstand about Ahmadis is they think Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was a law-bearing prophet after Muhammad, which for more intense purposes they reject in many senses. There's a bit more nuance involved in terms of how Ahmadis see Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. So whilst they believe that there's no new religious law or scripture is ever coming after the Quran, they still believe divine revelation continues. So God hasn't suddenly stopped communicating with his creation. Another thing that's quite interesting is the belief that Jesus didn't die on the cross. There's a lot of scholarship and literature with the Ahmadiyya community that believe that Jesus wasn't, physically taken up into heaven, but they believe that this return is more allegorical. So the claim is that Jesus was, he died a natural death, which they believe was a natural death after a migration to India. So again, there's another whole book around the idea that Jesus migrated to India and he's buried there, in fact. But according to Ahmadis, the return of Jesus is more of a metaphor for someone coming from God who would reflect the qualities of Jesus, but be born from someone amongst the Muslim community in some sense, in the latter days, to revive the religion of Islam. So yeah, there's a lot of resources. There's a book called Jesus in India, which the Ahmadiyya community wrote, which is still one of my favorite books to read, just in terms of the idea of it is very interesting. I don't believe that it's necessarily true. I think there's people who have written sort of counter apologetics to that. But it's still very fascinating to read.
Well, do most Ahmadis believe in that Jesus
Oh
did
yeah,
go to India?
there's a sense of incredulity about the idea that Jesus rose up to heaven and he's still alive there and he's waiting for the end of days to come back and lead the Ummah into prayer. There's a certain
Well, the part especially about India too, not just the natural death and no resurrection, but do most Ahmadis believe that he did go to India or died in India or something?
Yeah, they point to, there's a tomb there's an inscription on a tomb in India. I forget the exact region, but it's called Yus Asaf, and they believe that is a tomb that where Jesus is buried, essentially. Now, I haven't looked into the scholarship of this too much, but there are people who contend that this is just an Indian saint that, you know, lived in the past, and there's some translation issues with the idea of Jesus being buried there. I mean, it's a fascinating idea, but I'm not convinced by it. But it's things like that that sort of separate the Ahmadi theology with sort of the Orthodoxy, and there's a bunch of other things as well.
That's
So
fascinating to me that
yeah,
it almost seems like those people were trying to identify more with Islam and they didn't see a place for them as non-Arabs. And this kind of adds a touch of, you can identify to it more closely if Jesus died in India.
yeah, because again, it goes back to the idea of they're trying to, I wouldn't say mitigate, but the idea of supernatural claims or miracles, that they tend to shy away from this kind of thing because I think in the back of their mind they understand, you know, it's a little bit far-fetched, or it's a little bit unreasonable to believe literally things like the moon splitting in two, or, you know, other types of miracles that are described or perhaps recorded. So there is that, but that's not to say they don't have their own sort of quirks and, you know, miracles that they ascribe to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as well, which is not really. I mean, I learned a lot of this stuff after I left the community, because a lot of these ideas are buried within the theology and within books that have not been translated and don't look like they're going to be translated anytime soon, because I would imagine they would raise more questions from especially the younger generation with access to the internet, and especially the little community that we've had on Reddit, which never existed apart from, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. There was no outlet for people who are perhaps questioning or, you know, wanted to share ideas or space with other people, perhaps in similar situations. Like I said, the institution of Khilafah is very, very important in an average Ahmadi's life. They try and make an effort to at least do mulaqat, which is the visiting to the spiritual leader, or the Huzur as he's called, essentially the caliph, the current caliph at the time. So there've been, you know, this goes back from it almost mirrors, you know, after the Prophet died, the sort of the rightly guided caliphs, in many ways after Mirza Ghulam Ahmad died, a very similar system was set up in that sense. So we're on the fifth caliph at the moment, who's been, I guess, in power, or not power, I should say, who's been in this position for I think a decade now. It's a life appointment. You know, once he dies, then another successor will be appointed. We've noticed as well the institution is becoming increasingly deified as time goes on, as people
Well,
become
who
more.
decides, by the way, like who appoints the next Khalifa?
There is the actual process is a little bit shrouded in mystery. Think of it in the same sort of vein as the way a pope is elected. So it's like a small conclave of people. No one really knows what the rationale is given in terms of. I mean, some people argue that, you know, the successor's already been chosen at this point, and with the exception of the first successor, every caliph since has been within the same sort of family, essentially. So
Do Ahmadis not object to this as some form of nepotism or corruption?
putting on my Ahmadi hat, I would say that it's only this family that are rightly guided. They are the ones who have the divine revelation, or the spiritual strength, or however you want to pass it, really. I have raised this. I do mention it to people who do not find it suspicious that there's a seemingly trend towards the people within the same sort of family. And the more cynical ex-MDs of us would say, you know, it's a family business, essentially, and the amount of extra charity charitable schemes that are involved. People would just say it's a way to keep the Mirza family business afloat. I'm not that cynical, although I certainly think there's elements of that involved. It's a very lucrative source of income for the family.
Well, how much is an Ahmadi supposed to donate to the organization?
Let me have a look, because there's a lot of different schemes.
I seem to recall like a caller once mentioning that his father would donate a lot of money to the organization, like more than the zakah that would Sunni Muslims would donate. And it's to me from the outside, it obviously looks like a cult, but to a member, well, so do other religions, but even more so when it's a smaller religion, when there's a more centralized power, I guess. But I suppose to the insiders, it doesn't always seem that obvious.
Yeah, and for me, it took a while to recognize that, the traditional definition of a cult, whichever sort of definition you want to go to, or whichever, because there are a few definitions that include or incorporate different elements of what constitutes a cult or not. And there are a lot of cult elements, in my opinion, within the Jamaat, or the community. We have this top-down leadership. Whatever he says is essentially, people follow. It's almost gospel. There's a lot of, how do I say, how like in Scientology, there's a sense of Big Brother. People are reporting on what other people are doing. There's a lot of that involved. There is the very insular nature of the Ahmadiyya community. Now, there's no exact number of Ahmadis worldwide. You'd be hard pressed to find an actual figure. A lot of it is speculative. But even if we take, say, a generous figure of, say, 10 million, that still represents, less than 1% of all Muslims globally. So you are very much encouraged to create your network within the community. So for a lot of people, and this is a very generalized, this is certainly my experience, having friends outside that communities is not really, it's not looked down upon, but it's almost, discouraged in some sense, or it's not looked upon favorably. It's not like people are going out saying, yeah, just make friends with everyone. It's good to have a real nice range of friends and a diversity of friendship groups. If you're raised in a community where you're just going to the mosque, and I have to say, they're very efficient and they're very organized. The administrative arm of the Jamaat is very robust. So there are always ample opportunities for young MDs to get involved in things in their local communities and make friends with other MDs. So,
well, I guess
sometimes
when the community is very small, like there aren't that many people to contribute to begin with, so it's easy to get really involved in it, I'm presuming. Yeah.
100%. So, for me, there's also there seems to be a division in attitude between the West and how Ahmadiyya Islam is practiced, and then in places like Pakistan. Now, it seems to be more cultural, but I'm not sure whether that's just the way it's practiced in the West versus Pakistan. But the theology is very muddled. It tends to shift and change. It's very amorphous. One example I like to give is the words of the caliph of the time seem to always change depending on sort of societal changes and norms that change over time. So the words of the caliph, even themselves, I don't see why MDs would follow them if they're just going to change over time. So it's almost you just think for yourself. You don't need to follow these words from the caliph. But for me, it was I think the idea of I think for me, the idea of hell and the treatment of women were the main sort of catalyst for me in investigating further a lot of these claims. And then the character of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as well was not something that I particularly was too impressed with anyway. So that tended to be my experience, and I realized there was not a lot of resources around for MDs who even just wanted to look up resources. There's the main MD website, which is Al Islam, and all the resources are there. And to be fair to them, they've archived a lot of things which perhaps to their detriment, because it means we can pull out things from the 70s or the 80s or even further back, and just identify things that have changed over time or any contradictions that we've seen as well. So yeah, our communities, it's pretty small for our questioning MDs there, but you can check us out on Reddit. We have a lot of interesting posts, interesting finds that, 4 or 5 years ago, none of these things were available or existed. So it's nice to be a part of that and work together on sort of different communal schemes and things like that. But yeah, I've talked for a little bit. I was wondering if you had any other questions for me in this space.
Well, not really a question, but I wanted to go back to that point. You were saying that in Pakistan, if you want to visit Pakistan, you have to sign a document that says that you reject Mirza Ghulam as the next whatever Messiah or something.
Yeah, or as a prophet of Islam, essentially. So you would have to renounce, if you're an MD, you would have to renounce your faith on paper.
And that's in your own country, like as a Pakistani, right? Like if
I mean, yeah. So
I'm just trying to imagine the outrage if Pakistanis, every time they had to go to the US, they would have to sign a paper, to go to university or whatever, sign a paper that says, I reject Muhammad as the prophet.
Right.
All hell would break loose. And that's in a country that's not even theirs. So the audacity of some theists to not call out the double standards within their own people and their own countries is baffling to me.
Yeah, which is why it's quite a unique perspective to have, because I will always fight for the rights of MDs to self-identify as however they want, and there are always sporadic instances of MD graves being desecrated, and MD houses just being they'll have like the shahada or the kalma above their house, right? And the other people in the village or the area will know that they're MD and will just destroy or desecrate their homes, essentially, just because of that, for that simple reason of them professing their faith. It's very unfortunately it's the inception of this law, I think, was, well, I don't think I studied a little bit of this at uni, but it was highly politically motivated by General Zia, who at the time wanted to secure a base for his voting base, essentially. And an easy way to do that was to scapegoat MDs, because there's already a reservoir of hate for MDs in Pakistan anyway, because of their blasphemous, ways. So all General Zia had to do was just to dig into that well, and he was elected as a result. And as a result of that law, MDs are still facing violence and persecution as a result of that. So on the one hand, yes, I reject MD theology, and I don't think it's true or convincing, but at the same time, I still have to have a lot of empathy for them, and that will always come first, is to strike a balance between criticizing the ideas and versus the rights of people, essentially. So it's you can't conflate the two, because then that's very, very you're going into bigoted territory then. So that's something I really try and delineate as much as possible.
It always seems to me that people like yourself are trying to walk that line, or trying to be very careful, and they say things like what you just said. But I'm guessing that if you were ever to talk about being an ex-Ahmadi, you would be called a bigoted hater and, a hateful person. Do you expect the same kind of reaction from Ahmadis as I would from Sunnis?
Not at all, actually. That's not been my experience. I think MDs are generally, and again, this is very general, generally a lot more understanding, people who perhaps are questioning the faith or have left the faith altogether. One really good example is, I think some of the local MD imams did a video responding to AP's video about something. I think it was about hell. I can't remember exactly the topic, but essentially the point of what I'm trying to make here is the measured response by the MDs refuting or responding to AP's comments was something that was picked up by AP. And in fact, he commented on their video saying, the way you've responded to my response or my criticisms has been way more measured and cordial in comparison to perhaps the Sunnis or anyone else who responds to AP's videos. And he was very appreciative of that. So in my experience, I've never really, I mean, obviously there are people who are not like that. But in my experience, there's sort of a minority. But generally speaking, I do find if an MD is responding to a video criticizing their theology or their religion, or even from a Sunni perspective, I do find that their response is a lot more polite and a lot more kind. There's no real ad hominem or anything like that. It's purely just, let's look at the arguments and assess them and evaluate them on their own merits, which is nice. It's refreshing, which is why when I talk to people or MDs, I emulate the same response, much in the same way when you discuss with believers on your calls. It's more about discussing the ideas and having that measured response, which I think for all intents and purposes, that is the way we're going to progress conversation around this space, which is sorely needed.
Well, I hopefully I can have a stream just for Ahmadis and see if any of them want to join and have a conversation, because it sounds like that'll be interesting, because I know nothing of Ahmadi Islam. So it'll be interesting to tackle these apologetics from a point of not being prepared. I feel like that would be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, some of the apologetics maybe a lot more. They're probably not a lot newer to from what you've experienced.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the idea that hell not being eternal is one thing that MDs accept. Again, and I think we sort of private messaged over this. Inevitably, these things just go into the meanings of certain words. That's a lot of these apologetics will just boil down to that, essentially, because there is a gap in our little ex-Ahmadi community or questioning Ahmadi community of native Arabic speakers. So
are there even any like Ahmadi Arabs?
I'm sure there are. I've not talked to anyone personally. I'm sure there are in the shadows somewhere. Perhaps they don't want to come out, or I mean, a lot of ex-MDs we've had many of them have been in sort of the upper echelons of the administration, so they have sort of insight into the workings of how the operational side of things, the logistical side of things. Some of these people are they work closely with the Caliph as well, so they provide useful insight into perhaps how he works and things like that, which is very useful. But in terms of native Arabic speakers, I don't know many of them, to be honest, or I don't know them enough to. They're not regular contributors to perhaps our subreddit or
no, not just the to ex-Ahmadis. I'm wondering if they exist at all as Ahmadis, because it seems to me like a prerequisite to being an Ahmadi is having some sort of connection with that region and not having a close connection with the Arabic language.
There are certainly people who perhaps they don't like MDs, or they don't like the MD community as such. They will always point to the fact that even the caliphs themselves, particularly the current caliph, he doesn't seem to have a strong grasp of Arabic himself, and he's the spiritual leader of the community. Now, that's just my speculation, because he presents himself in a way that only he allows us to see him. So when he does the Friday sermons and leads the prayers, he'll have Q&A sessions on occasion, but there's no, it's quite opaque, the way he operates. So it's pure speculation in terms of my assessment of his Arabic, but it didn't seem that impressive, to be honest. And there are other things he said and his level of understanding on certain things that I would also think is, elementary in many respects. But again, that's just my summation. But I do imagine there are Arabic speakers within the Ahmadi community, but there wasn't a lot growing up there for 2 decades that I experienced personally. Obviously, there were a lot of Hafizes who memorized the Quran and things like that, but not many native Arabic speakers. A lot of the community itself is based in Qadian, and then sporadically throughout the West and the rest of the
See, I
world.
was called a Qadiani a lot by critics, and I didn't know what that means because as an Arab, a lot of us aren't even aware of that part of the world or any other sects except Shias, Sunnis and Shias, and that's it. Everyone
Right.
else is I've asked when I was young, I've asked my parents, wait, what's a Shia Muslim? There was something in the news about Shia Islam or Iran or something like that. And they told me, oh, it's they believe like wrong things about Islam. I asked, so are they Muslim? And they said, well, like it's not up to us to judge and all that stuff. But any other
Yeah.
sect is like an automatic, like that's not even close to Islam. Like that's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in my time in this community, I've never, apart from anonymous users on Twitter, I've never sat down with someone and said, you know what, MDs are Muslim, and they have the right to call themselves Muslim. Even the most mild Sunnis and the most alakar Muslims who just take and pick and choose their religion will say Ahmadis are not Muslim because they believe in Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. And in fact, there was a televised, after I think there was some attacks in England on an MD Imam. It was a shopkeeper, I believe. Even after the tragedy of that, they invited some MD women and some Sunni women on one of these morning talk shows. And the Sunni women essentially said, whilst it's tragic and no one should be subject to violence because of their beliefs, they still said, we don't recognize MDs as Muslims. So that's a barrier that I don't think is ever going to be, I mean, maybe the younger generation, but it's a very hard obstacle for Orthodox Islam to overcome when it comes to their perception of MDs and the idea of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad being after the Prophet Muhammad. It's just too radical for them to, I guess, accept, even though in some sense, their belief is, the idea of Jesus coming back and all that kind of stuff. They still believe that, but they just don't believe it in the form of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. And there's a lot of
they believe that as like some kind of in the far future thing that
right.
Ironically it keeps the religion going, because once you've gotten that, then you're supposed to kind of follow up with all the other prophecies and all the things that this Jesus figure is going to do, right? So Ahmadis would say that this guy is bringing enlightenment, but then we don't see results. We see, a poor attempt at actually enlightening humanity. So in a sense, you doom yourself as a religion if you say the prophecy already is coming true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it seems I can't imagine, like, let me put my Muslim hat on for a second, my Sunni Muslim hat on for a second. If I were a believer today, I would not agree with making Ahmadis sign a paper to enter a country or anything like that. Would I be annoyed by them calling themselves Muslim? Possibly. I might think, you know what, I don't think they're real Muslims, but I wouldn't campaign to go out and say they're not or whatever. My position could be publicly that I don't think Ahmadi Islam is actually Islam, but I wouldn't be as passionate about it as Muslims or Sunni Muslims currently are. That's always weird to me, but it seems inevitable. And I almost like can't blame them for it because they see it as some kind of spreading corruption. It's all these scare tactics that religion instills in you. Like they see Ahmadis as if Ahmadis start spreading their message, they're taking people away from the true message. And yeah,
it's unfortunate because apart from the belief in Mirza Ghulam, everything else is almost identical. You know, it's still the same shahada, the kalma. They still pray 5 times a day. They still believe in Prophet Muhammad and everything else. But you know, it's unfortunate. Yeah, I would tend to agree with you, and I think that's the attitude of most Muslims generally. You know, most of them are not going to actively campaign against MDs, but you know, if they were asked directly, they probably would say, yeah, no, I probably wouldn't consider them Muslims. They've strayed too far from the path. So,
I mean,
yeah,
it's impossible to expect like tolerance and inclusion from a specifically exclusive set of beliefs, right?
yeah, yeah,
Like we're asking people to do the impossible. Like if I were truly by the book a Sunni, then I would be extremely intolerant. There's so many things that, you know, the tolerance that we see from Muslims is a bonus that we see from some Muslims is a bonus rather than a very good adherence to Islam. That's in my opinion. So it seems almost counterintuitive to expect Sunnis to be inclusive of Ahmadis, which is unfortunate. Like I'm not defending the Sunnis in this situation.
yeah, and
Yeah,
you know,
I'm just quicker to get to a point of like recognizing it for what it is and not trying to
yeah,
find a middle ground that's untenable. Like it's like when people say, "Well, why aren't you okay with such and such progressive Islam?" Um, I try to get to the point that this middle ground is shaky and it's not really built on a solid foundation. It's better to actually question the whole foundation than to try to find this middle ground. But I know it's hard to just tell everybody, hey, stop believing in Islam and Ahmadi Islam and get along. It's not how it works.
yeah, and I think it's, you know, it's compounded by the, you know, if you have anything absolutist is going to inevitably lead to sectarianism. So there's no room for maneuverability when it comes to the interpretation of the seal of the prophets. Essentially, you know, there might be some, you know, wiggle room in terms of how people interpret it, but on the whole, you know, I think it's too rigid, and it's even the case within Ahmadiyya itself. There are branches within Ahmadiyya that are broken off because of um, again, succession crisis, I believe, or the way the community was going in some sense. So yeah, it's still a problem. We just have a lot more resources now to actively investigate and evaluate for ourselves, because for the longest time it was very opaque, and not a lot of people, I guess the same with a lot of Muslims in general, haven't really dug deep into the actual beliefs themselves or evaluated them to their on their own to themselves. Yeah, trying to think what else is perhaps relevant.
Well, actually, I had a question from one of the commenters. So
Mhm.
they're saying, Hammer Time says, I don't mean any offense, but as an ex-Sunni Muslim, I was told in childhood Mirza Ghulam died in the toilet. Is that true? Again, no offense. I apologize in advance. I'm
Yeah,
guessing that's some sort of like rumor that was spread about the
this is
guy.
a this is a common I guess insult that's thrown around by people who, you know, don't particularly like the MD community or its founder. Now, the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he died apparently. Again, it's still a little bit uncertain. He died of cholera. So I think what people assume is because he died in his home and he had this condition, I think they just linked the two, where because he had you know, really bad diarrhea, I guess he died on the toilet. Now I don't know if that actually is true. I'm aware that he had cholera and he had these issues, these stomach issues. Now whether he, you know, actually died on the toilet, I think it's more just I think it's just a nice idea for Sunnis or Shias to mock Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, because it's a funny image. You know, this prophet, supposed prophet, died on the toilet. What a way to go, right? So it's a
But
common trope
is it really any worse than your prophet being poisoned by a
by
Jewish person?
by the lamb. Yeah, yeah. I guess not. I don't know. Is that something that's commonly accepted within Orthodoxy Islam, that this person actually died because of this poisoned lamb from this Jewess?
To be honest, I'm not even sure because nobody talks about it in Sunni
Mm.
Islam. Nobody talks about the prophet's like death, except that even in his death, he gave a last sermon and stuff like that, and people were sad that he died, all that kind of stuff. But yeah,
It's recorded in the Hadith, right?
yeah,
This story.
I
And
believe it
what
is.
is
Yeah.
And do you know off the top of your head if that's what the strength of that hadith is?
No, it's not something that I investigated because I felt like it would just like to me I
Derail
was
conversation.
yeah, exactly. And I was so far past like the questioning and the doubt and knowing that Islam is
The
really not true.
specifics,
Yeah,
right?
that whether he died poisoned or like his prophecy came true about his, artery or aorta or whatever that
Right.
prophecy was, it wouldn't affect how I see him as a true prophet or not. Like I already knew he wasn't, but it's
Yeah.
interesting to me that even if there is truth to it, I'm sure it will be dismissed very quickly or explained away. So,
Yeah, and I'm this. To me, like, it doesn't matter if he died on the toilet or not. Like, it
mhm.
makes no difference in terms of what he preached or how he preached it. To me, that's more salient. That's more important. If anyone is interested in some of the prophecies that he made, I urge you to look up the what's called the Pigot prophecy. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was really into his I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. Is it the Muhubilia? It's like death battles or something, prayer duels. That's what they're called. So he was really into prayer duels. So there would be competing preachers who would also style themselves as sort of the next iteration of Jesus or prophet. And obviously during that time, they would have these prayer duels. And one of them, there was a few of them actually, but people want to look up the Pigot prophecy. Reason on Faith has a really good breakdown of that whole prophecy and how it perhaps, perhaps not as convincing as perhaps people initially thought. So yeah, a lot of these claims that MDs point to will be sort of prophecy based as well as sort of the as truth to his claimants, I guess. There were prophecies around the plagues and World War One, and some other preachers as well. Obviously, after investigating these prophecies, to me, they weren't too impressive to begin with. But to this day, MDs point to these prophecies as a really good example of the strength of his claims and the truthfulness of his claims. But again, the resources are out there, people can make their own minds up. I'm just happy that we have a way to collate all these resources now anyway, because they, like I said many times, it never existed before. I wanted to pick up as well, just briefly, the term Qadiani is, we try and in our communities, we try and not use that term because it's considered derogatory. Ahmadis don't. I mean, I used to be called that as well, and it bothered me. So in the interest of just respectful dialogue, we try not to use that term. But Sunnis and other Muslims who just want to rile Ahmadis up, they'll use that as a way to just get under their skin. But we try not to use it for obvious reasons. So
What
yeah,
does it mean, Qadiani?
it just means someone from Guardian, but the way it's been adopted is, oh, you're an MD, but we're going to use the term Qadiani because,
It's
yeah,
like
I don't know.
denying your label and just calling you by the
Yeah,
Sunni name.
you're a Qadiani. We're not going to call you MD because that would give strength to your right to self-identify. So we're just going to call you Qadiani because that's where your fake religion was. The inception of your religion was from Qadian. And to this day, Guardian has an enclave of MDs there as well. And they have where Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, his house is still there, and the white minaret, which MDs point to as a proof of prophecy from I think it's the I can't remember. It was something about the east of Damascus. There'll be a white minaret or something, and they point to that as the truth of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad coming at the right time, so to speak. But yeah, so a fine line between supporting Ahmadis and their plight, and also criticizing their theology for what it is, which is a very sugar-coated version of Islam. But like I said, people can look up the resources themselves if they are interested. It is if you're tired of the same old apologetics from Muslims, have a look at the Ahmadi apologetics for something a little bit new.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm like I've said, I'm woefully uninformed about Ahmadi Islam, and it hasn't been a priority on my radar for a while now. But I would like to have more talks with Ahmadis and ex-Ahmadis, especially that they usually don't have as big of a platform because they're a smaller number to begin with.
Mm.
So yeah, hopefully I'll have more of those in the future.
Yeah, and if anyone is interested, we do have a subreddit. Anyone and everyone is welcome. It's called Islam_Ahmadiyya. Everyone and everyone's welcome. If you want to have some dialogue, if you don't know what MD is about, or you saw something about MD that you're unsure of, we welcome all perspectives over there as well.
Sounds good. Well, I want to thank you for joining us today, Liquid. And was there anything else that you wanted to mention?
No, just keep up the good work. A few friends have linked me to your channel, and they linked me a couple months ago, and I saw a lot of your live streams, incredibly long, and I thought I don't have time to watch all this. So, but the past week, I've been actually binge watching all of them, so they are quite addictive. I learn a lot of the way I approach these conversations has been shaped a little bit by how you approach them as well. So yeah, just appreciate all the good work, and
Thank you.
we'll be continuing to support you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
have a good rest of your day. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you to the caller. I've got a few more callers in queue, a bunch of callers in queue, actually. I'll read a couple of comments before I get to the next caller. First of all, thank you, Zagros, for the super chat. I appreciate it. People pay up your jizya or else. No, there is no or else. And Fusion, I just saw this comment saying, I have a humble advice for you, AA. Can you keep your mouth shut when it comes to India or Hindutva? You have zero knowledge about the ground level situation in India, history, and all. Um, very humble advice. So I don't think I've said that much about all that. So what I have pointed out before is that there is beef between Pakistanis and Indians and Hindutvas and Muslims. And I've never gotten into it because I've mentioned before I don't talk about things that I'm not well informed on. However, I do make it clear that a lot of the what the Hindutva do and say, whether it's a reaction to what Sunnis do and say or not, is vile. And I point that out. I never said all Hindus are horrible or like Hindus are horrible too, therefore Muslims are justified. None of that stuff. So if that was enough to upset someone, all I can tell them is that's your problem. I think I've been very balanced and fair so far when I've spoken about that topic. And yeah, like that's all I want to say because I don't want there is a certain if I speak in a certain way or if I appeal to a certain audience, very quickly my comments would be flooded with Hindutva who are very obviously hateful. And I don't want that kind of following. So I've made it very clear multiple times that I'm not joining teams here. I don't want their support for the wrong reasons. And that is an accusation that I always get that my channel is catering to Hindus. I get called an Indian all the time or a Hindu even, which is funny because I never talk about these topics. If anything, I had one chat, Shisha, with Aladdin, with a caller who was Hindu, and we spoke about the religion. Um, Interesting. Someone is trying to dox me at the same time. Anyway, point is, I don't think I've said anything that I need to apologize for, anything wrong, but feel free to correct me. Um, yeah. Let's see. And Fusion says it's English is not his first language, so he didn't mean to sound rude. It's okay. I didn't take much offense to it. So a comment about that. I haven't been taking this I don't know if it's a YouTuber, this troll seriously. The guy called the name that starts with a C, but apparently somebody told me that he actually doxed someone before. And now there's an attempt to dox me. I don't know, but can Muslims stop doing that, please? The whole like we found out where you live, we found out your name. Let's tell everybody so somebody harms them. It seems almost exclusively, well, I wouldn't say exclusively practiced by followers of Islam, but a lot more common that someone has to worry about that if they're an ex-Muslim than other religions. So calm down. But I am curious now. I've heard some horror stories about what these people do when they found out someone's identity, and it doesn't say good things about your religion if that's your defense mechanism. Is, hey, we're gonna tell people where you live and your name, and we hope somebody harms you, but it's not me, and Islam is peaceful. All that shit. Anyway, let's see what is next. Oh, thanks, Arabic translated memes for the super chat. Says, this is my jizya. Please don't take my wife and daughters as milk yamin or Amir al Mu'mineen. Oh, Amir al Mu'mineen Zakharos. Um, yeah, no one's in danger if you do give money or not. Please just feel free to enjoy the live streams. So, anyway, who is the next caller? Let's see. The next caller is Rifat. It's up to you if you want to turn on your camera or not. That's up to you to assess your level of comfort with that. So it's now is the time to make that call because I'm adding you. You're good to go? Okay. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey Rifat, how's it going?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, thank you. So I actually converted to Islam not too long ago. It was probably like a month before Ramadan. And you know how and I actually fasted during Ramadan, did all that stuff. The main reason why I really looked into Islam as a whole in general, because my whole family, they're all Muslims. However, my parents are not, nor is my sibling. So when I looked at it, so I was always just curious as to why my whole family was interested in Islam. My father is an ex-Muslim. My mother is an ex-Muslim as well. Just never really talked about it that much. My father would talk about it so much around me because he saw me kind of take the Islamic, kind of see that I'm interested in Islam. So I ended up fasting during Ramadan, and you know how during Ramadan your good deed supposedly increases.
Mm-hmm.
So I would read the Quran a lot to kind of increase my to get good deeds and everything like that, and hope that Allah was pleased with me. So when I read the Quran, I would run into this immoral stuff, and essentially where it says to kill the disbelievers, do all these things, and that's where I was interested as to what does this mean? Well, why is it saying that? So when I would look up the verse and I would look for what Muslim apologists would say. And they would say it's because it's during the time, this was written during the time of the war, so that's why they're saying that. So I was just curious as to what you think about it, because I couldn't really take that answer and be like, okay, that's okay with me. What do you think about that? How do you respond with that?
So, a couple of thoughts here. First of all, this is interesting. This might be the first time ever that I've spoken to someone whose parents are ex-Muslim and they joined Islam. But I do have some questions about that later.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came across those verses growing up, they didn't make me question because I immediately was told that, oh yeah, that's in the context of war and whatever. And I thought every war was defensive and they had the right to fight the disbelievers. But I was getting increasingly suspicious of this generic language being used that, if this was truly in context for a specific war, why wouldn't you just say the people of whatever region or whatever tribe? Why are you saying disbelievers generally?
Exactly, yeah.
Isn't there a problem with potential misunderstanding in the future, especially translated to a different language? But even in the same language, the Quran is extremely, extremely messy. It's not in an order of revelation. It's not in order of context. To understand a certain ruling or a certain whatever the story, you'd have to pick verses from many different parts of the Quran and outside the Quran to start to piece it together. It's very poorly written. But at the time, I was just dismiss all this stuff. But my suspicion grew of this whole disdain for disbelievers in the Quran, because it seemed like it was disbelievers as described by Islam were just evil people who knew Islam was true and they wanted to fight Muhammad. And it just seemed like too much of a character in a story, like when you have a villain in a movie that's just one dimensional, that's their whole definition, is that they're a bad guy. I was suspicious of that, but not enough to make me leave Islam at the time. So what I find horrible and indefensible, if someone wants to say that there's a context for it and it's about a certain war, I would say, or I would think, but that's irresponsible of the author. He should have put more context there in case anybody might misunderstand.
Yeah.
Because when these so-called misunderstandings happen, or people just start attacking disbelievers or have disdain for them, Muslims can easily scapegoat the language or the person and say, well, humans are flawed, the Quran is perfect. Well, a perfect book would not leave much room for this misunderstanding to begin with.
Hmm.
But there was a verse about chopping off the limbs and was it crucifying disbelievers, like putting him up on a cross and nailing them to a cross
Hmm.
till they die. See, I don't know if there's anything to justify that.
Yeah,
Like, even
definitely.
if the context is, they were in a war and the disbelievers did the same thing, they used to crucify people. So does that mean that an eye for an eye, I guess? Now you
Exactly.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was my problem with that, is when I saw how brutal, um, like that God would describe something like that. It was very painfully obvious to me that it was just the mentality of the men at the time.
Yeah, I
Um,
definitely agree. Yeah. And the thing is, like, even like the immoral stuff, it didn't even stray me away from Islam 100%. Of course, it played a role, but I feel like, and this is like an awful way to think about it. I was just kind of like, in the moment of like, well, Islam is true because I like learned from it from so many like factors in terms of like, talking to Muslims, and they convinced me at one point. So I was like, okay, well, Islam has to be true. So even if at that point it's so immoral like that, it still has to be, right. That's an awful way to think about it, but I just thought like that. And then as I kept reading the Quran, I would like run into stuff where it's questionable scientifically. And for example, when I read the Quran, there's one verse where it said that the moon is a light. Are you familiar with that verse?
yeah.
So when the Quran says al-qamar nura, so that means a moon is a light. And when I would read the English version, it would say a reflected light or a derived light. And I was like, it doesn't say that though. It doesn't say anything about reflection. It just says al-qamar nura, and nura means light. So I was when I saw that, I was like, they're really trying to, non-Arabic speakers are trying to change their, be like, oh my God, this is a scientific miracle, when really it's not.
See, the funny thing is, I didn't see it as a miracle or otherwise. Like, to me, when I read "It's a light," I thought of it as, yeah, the moon, whether it reflects light or shines light, there is a light coming out of it, and whatever. Like, people used to use it for navigation at the time. Like, at night, you would the moon in the desert could light up the desert, right? Um, but it was surprising to me to see the non-Arabic speakers make a miracle out of an interpretation that was never even there. That, how did the people know that it was a reflected light at the time? Nobody said reflected light. So that's when it came to my attention. But before that, if they had just left it at whatever God said, it's a light, I don't think people would point out that as a scientific mistake. You know what I mean? Like,
I understand.
I never looked at it and thought, but it's actually a reflection. Allah was wrong. No, it was only when people started claiming that Allah said it was a reflection that I
Mhm.
realized it's all BS.
Yeah, I think that
Um,
was my main issue with it, just reading that the English translation got it wrong.
mhm.
I was like, okay, interesting. Um, and also one thing, because how would you? So in the verse it says, "Hu alladhi ja'al al-shams liya." So what does liya mean? What would you say? Because for me, in my understanding, I'm not that good in Arabic, but liya they translated it as radiance. How I interpreted it, I would interpret it as like bright, shiny, but I'm not that good in terms of, you know, that part.
Well, I can't say for sure because in my mind, Diya means like light. Um,
Yeah.
so I don't know if there's like an interpretation. I guess let me look it up. It says luminosity. So I don't know how old that interpretation was, but what is the derived what's it called? What is the miracle that they're pointing to here? That there's
Oh no,
radiation?
it was just simply like, so like in the Quran, like in the translation, it would say it's a radiance. So I was like, does Leah really mean radiance? So it was just me asking a question in terms of Arabic, not even much of like, an error. It was just my curiosity.
Yeah, I think like the Diya means light. I
Yeah.
don't know if there's or like a source of light or something. but I don't know if it has anything to do specifically with radiation. I
Yeah,
mean, someone could say radiating light, but yeah, it had nothing to do at the time, especially there was no concept of
yeah,
radiation.
definitely.
So
Okay.
yeah.
And yeah, do you have any questions in terms of, you said you have questions about my parents being ex-Muslims and me being a Muslim at one point?
Yeah, so like here's a commenter asking, do you mind asking him what his parents thought of his reversion, like when you joined Islam?
Well, my mom personally didn't even, she was okay with it. She was perfectly okay with it. My father, he was silent about it at one time, until one time for iftar, I decided to play a dua, and there was a part where uh in the dua where it says, Allah, thank you for giving us so much happiness in the dunya. And my father was like, there's, you listening to that, he thought, well, there is not much happiness in the dunya. Yeah, like people are suffering, there's wars, poverty, everything like that. So and I'm pretty sure it said like it's a perfect world. So that's the first time my father ever spoke up to me about like what he thought about. And then another time, after Ramadan, we were eating dinner out at a restaurant, and like it was me who brought it up. I was like, so when did you really leave Islam? And he said, when I was like 27, something like that. So I asked, I was like,
Wait,
what
can we
was
pause for a second?
Mhm.
Uh, During Ramadan, did they let you fast or like did they cook
Yeah,
food
yeah, yeah,
later
yeah.
for
They
you?
were okay with it.
Okay. So did you guys have like dinner after Maghrib just because you're fasting, or how did that work?
Yeah, we just had dinner after Maghrib.
Okay. So they did accommodate for
Yeah, yeah,
you.
yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
At
Yeah.
the same time, my dad would come home literally after Maghrib time because he worked. So
Okay.
it was good there. It's just my mom had to wait.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying
Yeah,
you
no
were at
worries.
a
No worries.
restaurant after Ramadan?
So yeah. And I was actually curious as to why he left Islam. So that's when he brought up the marriage. He said the main thing was the marriage of Aisha and Muhammad. So he told me how Muhammad married Aisha at a very young age. He told me that at the age of 6, waited to consummate it at the age of 9. So when I heard that, I was like, okay, so wow. So I looked up to see if it was actually true, which I
And
mean,
you were the one who asked him why he left Islam?
yeah. I asked him because I mean, I would like I would see my whole family and I'd be like, okay, they're all Muslims. So why are they Muslims? Why do they believe 100%? Is it just because they were born into it and they kind of felt that way in order to like you have to believe in it? And then why did my father leave it? Like what did he feel in terms to leave? So he brought up the marriage of Aisha and Muhammad. So when I heard about that, I looked it up. I looked up the hadith. The hadith, says what he claimed, and then I would look it up, and there would be so many different, answers in terms of like, was she actually 6? And I was like, well, the hadith says she was 6. It was narrated by Aisha herself. So yes, and then other people are claiming like at the time it was normalized, and then it got me thinking. I was like, okay, well, sure, it's normalized back then, but let's say drinking is normalized right now. Is Muhammad able to drink alcohol right now? If it's normalized right now, like it's still bad, in terms of Islam at least. And it just got me thinking. I was like, if the perfect human, such as the Messenger of Allah, were to do something like that, then like I just couldn't see him as being a perfect person, let alone being the Messenger of Allah. And also, this is where same time also ran into false prophecies of Muhammad. And for example, I'm sure you've heard of it. Have you heard of the one where he said the day judgment will come? Like he said, if this little boy is able to grow old, he won't be able to grow much older because that's when the last hour will come to you.
Yeah, or it'll come before this boy turns 100 or before he
Something
dies or
like
something like
it
that.
was
Yeah.
something like that. So when I read that, I was like, okay, well, it's been over 1400 years. Where's the day of judgment? So that's where I read that, and then I was like, okay, I don't believe in this at all, 100% anymore. And when I would bring it up to like my Muslim friends or even like Muslim people that I just met, they would just say that boy's age is being preserved right now, and he's somewhere in the world, not growing, living until Allah decides to make him whatever the older, and then that's when the day of judgment will come. So I was like, okay, no, there's no.
That's a new one. I've never heard that
You've
one
never heard of
before.
that? Yeah, well, that's what I've heard from Muslims. Not really like scholars or anything like that. So
a question here from Al-Fikr Al-Jazairi Al-Hur. He says, or they say, how do Muslims treat you now after you left Islam?
Yani me or my father?
Both, I guess.
Well, I don't think my well, I'll say my father because my father's really more open about it. I would say that my aunt and my father argue all the time. They would always have debates about it. And Muslims usually, he went to a sheikh when we went to the Middle East one time, and there was no sorts of violence occurred or anything like that. But after he left in the masjid when it was the Jum'ah prayers, he said he was giving a speech saying like there was this very intelligent man, and then he said that, and then he was making awful claims about our messenger, and it was awful. Like he didn't even consider to think about what my father was even like giving, like saying.
Wait, in the khutbah, the guy was saying that?
I'm pretty sure. I think that's.
So he was addressing the general public about the conversation he had with your father.
It wasn't even like it wasn't an actual conversation. He just said that he disrespected our prophet. How dare he? And just like talking bad about my dad after that.
What a little bitch move, to be honest. Like, imagine if I had a conversation in private with someone, and then I came on stream and I was like, "Hey, so let's shit talk this person who's not even here and misrepresent their position there."
Yeah, how he found out was because actually one of my family members were there, and then there's like, is he talking about? So yeah, that's how he found out.
Well, did he have that energy during the conversation? Like, did he?
I honestly don't know. I wasn't even at the conversation. My dad just told me this because like he was like bringing up points, and I was like, so have you talked to like a sheikh about this? He's like, oh yes, and then that's when he told the story.
Right. That's totally and I can even see the sheikh like mutating the conversation completely and being like, I destroyed him in a debate because he mentioned something.
Probably, honestly.
But how do so you said your aunt and your dad debate about this kind of stuff. Who initiates those talks?
Oh, it's both. It goes both ways. I would say mostly my dad.
Do you know why? Like, have you asked him, why do you talk to?
It would just be situational, like my aunt would say like, my aunt would say inshallah or Allahu Akbar, stuff like that, and then my dad would be like, come on, like he just say a little remark, and then it turned into a debate.
See, people sometimes ask, why don't you just let people say this kind of stuff? And in my day-to-day life, I never interject when, someone says, even to me, like, inshallah, yeah, I'll see you there, inshallah. I'm never like, but Allah is not real. Like, Allah cannot will anything. But however, if it's in your own household and it's like incessantly always bringing up this sore topic by, it can be very, very annoying. So I empathize with them, and I hope that they can find some kind of middle ground. Like,
their relationship is really good, yeah, but it's just that one thing that they really disagree on, and it's a big thing to my aunt, really.
Of course, yeah. To her, it's like her eternal life and afterlife and everything. I mean, can you imagine every time you talk to your like Muslim family members, you're like insha shaitan or whatever, or or Allah is not real, therefore whatever. Then they would be really annoyed. They'd be like, why don't you use our language? So it's good to use neutral language.
Which actually, the shaitan was actually a big reason as to why I also didn't believe in Islam, because of all the stories, that shaitan would do. I'd be like, what? There's no way that this is even like this. It sounds like a fairy tale. Shaitan pisses in your ear. Shaitan blows. During salah, like all that stuff. Like I was like, what is it? What am I hearing right now? That's one of the big thing also.
Yeah, there's a lot of fan fiction in the hadith and whatnot about the shaitan. Like you said, yeah, he pees in your ear. He eats in your food if you eat with the wrong hand. Which I was talking to someone about that the other day. So what if the shaitan is eating with me?
Hello.
Let me. I'll mute him for a second just in case there's anything private there. I was talking to someone and maybe I should stop talking. Let me remove him for a second. He'll let me know when he's ready to come back. I was talking to someone and they we're talking about the shaitan will eat with you if you don't say a prayer or if you eat with the wrong hand or whatever it was. And I was thinking, like, so what if the shaitan eats with me? Like, I'm still getting the same amount of calories, right? It's not like that would be interesting if scientifically we can prove that, like if you don't say a certain prayer, the amount of calories in a food reduces because the shaitan is also eating with you. That would be an interesting scientific experiment. But yeah, a lot of superstition about that kind of stuff. So Rifat, I have removed you. We're good? Okay. Hey, welcome
Hey,
back.
sorry about that.
No worries.
What were we talking about?
We're talking about the shaitan and like
Yeah.
the stuff around the shaitan.
So yeah, that was like, I was just like, it sounds like a fairy tale at that point, and like I just couldn't, it just didn't make sense. And like also like the hellfire being a thing, like I was like truly questioning that at that point.
Well, I'm curious. So, what made you? Did you ever truly say a shahada and join Islam and like make it official?
Yeah. So there was a TikToker, and I saw a TikToker, and he commented, a Muslim TikToker, and he commented, if you ever want to talk or ask questions, text me on Instagram. So I texted him on Instagram, and he gave his like dawah. It's like a standard dawah, like, do you believe that a creator is the most logical thing? And how I'd answer, I'd be like, I mean, not really, but like I want to listen to what he's gonna say. So I just said yes. And then he just, kept going on in terms of like, okay, so do you believe that this creator should give you guidance? And I was like, sure, whatever. I don't know. And he's like, okay, so now let's look at every alleged guidance that was given to us. And the Quran makes the most sense. And he gave me reasons. And then there was like, parts where I was like, okay, this actually does make some sort of sense. I'll give you an example where Muhammad prophesies that the Euphrates River will dry up before the day of judgment comes. And now it's drying up. And I was like, okay, that is interesting. And then today I'm thinking, I was like, okay, well, this is just natural causes. It's not, Allah or anything like that.
I mean, when you give some kind of open-ended, this will happen before the day of judgment, you don't know when anything is going to happen. So basically, if he said this will happen in the next 10 years and nothing happens, then his prophecy is false, right? But if you say this will happen before the day of judgment, basically this will happen from now till whenever, it's like it's unfair to make a prophecy that way, right? Because you're giving yourself so many chances to be right, and you're not wrong up until you're right,
Yeah.
It's like if I said the US will lose a war and that's my prophecy, and I leave it for the next 500 years and eventually they lose a war. Like, okay.
I'm sorry, Mom. I have to go again. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you for joining Rifat, and yeah, that was a very interesting caller. And yes, there is a cat right here. Let me remove him from the studio. Okay, yeah, here's my cat. He's sleeping, one of the two. Let's get to the next caller then. But before that, thanks Metalhead for the super chat. He says, "Stay away from Islam, apostate prophet circa 632 AD." Well, he coined that term, right? Stay away from Islam. I don't say that term, and that phrase. I have my reasons for it, but I'm not against the phrase. Do I think people should stay away from Islam? I think so, but I won't use it as my slogan because I think there's a lot more that's important than just staying away from Islam. I think that just sets a position that many will oppose before they even give it a chance to think about why I want to say stay away from Islam. Anyhow, I'm getting to the next caller, which is more questions. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
All is well, Aladdin. How are you today?
Good, thank you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, no, these discussions are always great. It's so interesting to hear all the different perspectives of people and why they believe what they believe and so on.
Well, today it's for those who are mostly for ex-Muslims, but I've had some questioning Muslims or those on the fence. So I'm curious what you want to talk about today.
Yeah, so I am an ex-Muslim. I was my background is that my parents are Indian Shia Muslims, and so that's the paradigm that I grew up in. And of course, when you are indoctrinated from such a young age, you're being told that this is the right way, the right path. of course, you're kind of off to a not so great start because you're, kind of pushed into one corner and being told that this is the way things are, and you're too young to really be able to evaluate that. But some of these concepts that are a part of the religion just sort of make so little sense. Then I think even as youngsters, we often question and wonder and such. But I think that one of the most interesting aspects of all of this is I think the psychological aspects of this. Like why in such a modern era where we know so much about the way things work, why do we still rely on these antiquated beliefs? And I think one of the big answers is fear. People are we live this life where we are thrust onto the planet and we have very little control over anything, and we tell ourselves that we have all this control, but we don't. And I think people are scared into believing, because if you don't, then you're gonna go to hell. And that fear, I think, overrides a lot of the critical thinking that needs to take place. And sometimes it actually becomes very frustrating, because we're at a place in time now in history where we should be able to look past all of these myths and such. And the reason that I go by this moniker, More Questions Than Answers, is because I truly believe that is a big part of life, is that we always are going to have more questions than answers. And one of the problems with religious certainty is that that's exactly what it gives us, that certainty. And so then everything else just kind of goes into the background. So that's one of the interesting things I ponder a lot about, is this ability of the religion to instill fear and then really drive away logical, rational thought.
Well, you mentioned earlier, as children, we still had questions and stuff. I don't think that for me, myself, it wasn't doubts, it was questions. And the reason why they weren't doubts is because there was no alternative presented as plausible. Like it wasn't like I was around people, especially me, I grew up around Muslims, and in my whole entire world, TV, everything was Islamically compliant to some extent. Day-to-day conversations, there's just the default is Islam. If I grew up maybe in a society where in school I learned about Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, other religions that are now dead, other religions that are less common, then my questions could more likely turn into doubts, because I would think, wait, so if not this, then could it be the other theory? Could it be the other theory? But the way that it's presented to most Muslims is this is the truth, and any questions you have is your failure to understand the truth, at least for now. And maybe you'll get it when you're older. And that's when the fear starts to settle in, that what am I not getting here? It would be less effective as a fear tactic if we provided people with alternatives, like, or some people believe this, some people don't, yeah.
No, I think that's actually a very interesting point, because I have grown up in the West, and so I had that luxury of being able to observe other people, other religions, other faiths, and naturally, you just start to wonder, like, why are all these different belief systems, all these different faiths out here? And so that exposure did have me wondering about that. And yet still somehow those that are very strict in their belief will still let that belief system win. And so that it just becomes very, very frustrating to see, because some things just seem very obvious. And why is it so wrong to admit that perhaps we don't know? There's so many things that we don't know. And so having a level of comfort with that, having this absolute conviction that yes, there is a God, and all the interesting ideas that come along with it, angels on your shoulders taking notes about every single thing that you're doing. It's very, very interesting. So I don't really have too much, to add. I just think that sometimes we get so caught up in like, I'm right, you're wrong, this is what this says. And of course everybody is going to make up their own mind about what they believe. And so to just step back sometimes and admit, you know what, maybe we just don't know, and it's okay to not know. We're all still here, we're still breathing, we're on this planet at the same time, and so it's not such a big deal, guys. It's okay.
Well, let me put on my apologist hat for a moment.
All right.
What if I use that same logic or argument to say that, so you can then acknowledge that it's just as plausible that Islam is true because we don't know anything. What do you think of that?
Okay, well, I think that like if I came out to the world and said that God came and talked to me after I was in caves for however many days or months, and I'm receiving these prophecies, I think people would lock me up in an asylum or send me for mental health consultation. I don't think anybody would take me seriously, so ultimately, yeah, one has to use their common sense. All of this is coming from a guy. It all started with a guy saying that this thing happened, and it all just, escalated from there. So I mean, yeah, I can hold a little bit of space for, yes, maybe you're right, and so that's okay with that. And if that's the case, then all right, well, maybe
Well,
this thing is right, and I'm not.
the,
But
the problem with that is that like you're hinging, like the maybe you're right. It seems like you're dismissing a very real possibility that would lead to eternal torture, right? So the stakes are so high that taking the position of, and you could still be right, is almost like dismissing, because I think you seem certain that Islam is not true, right?
yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
So your position of like, we don't know what is actually true doesn't really apply to this here, that you're certain Islam is not true.
But
But you're saying, Mhm.
what we're doing though is we're taking, other people's reports and other things that they provided and other statements that they've said, and then taking that to be our way, our system.
No,
So
I
it's
agree with that part, that like it's always tracing back to a person, and we can't really verify any of this stuff. Aside from the fact that it seems very implausible and it contradicts itself. Um, I think that yes, there's a lot of things we
right.
can't
Well,
know.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry, not to interrupt you, but it's just there's so many things that just seem complete. There's so many contradictions that just veer me away from really, considering taking this seriously. You're saying that this is all starting with a God who doesn't need anything, doesn't want anything, doesn't need anyone to exist, yet he has to create humans in order to worship him and then test them, and so on and so forth. To me, that sounds like neediness. That
Well,
sounds
that's what I'm saying. There's contradiction, a God who has lots of anger and emotions and jealousy, but also at the same time is perfect and doesn't need you. It's very contradictory. But like you and I can say we are certain Islam is not true, but it doesn't hold with the position that anybody can be right. We don't know what is real, what is, or like what is true, what isn't. So my position is more as a modified version of what you said, is I can assert that based on everything we know, Islam is not true unless somehow God is a liar and he's like contradicting himself even further. But based on the descriptions of Allah, it's not true. But I don't have to have the answers to then, how did the world come to be? Then all of this other stuff. Just because I don't have the answers to that doesn't mean that I have to accept that your assertion of Islam is true is plausible. You know what I mean? Like there's a way to
I
maintain that
think
there are
so.
more questions than answers, but also maintain that certain answers are wrong.
Well, and I think that's part of the problem, though, is everybody's so concerned about right and wrong. We have to come inside our own selves and realize that it's more than that. There's so much value placed on, well, let's, convince this person and convert them. And, why would you do that? Well, you're going to go to heaven forever and you're going to gain all these rewards. And so, like, just the whole motivation from the beginning is twisted. But I the way that I view it is, and I think probably you do too, is in many cases, as long as it's not, hurting someone, then to each his own. And, why is it a problem for me to, make these sort of statements uh, and have room for others to believe what they want to believe? And I can respect that, because who am I? Ultimately, that's what I think it comes down to is none of us are really better or greater than anyone else. We're all just here. And so who am I to judge anyone else's beliefs, right? If somebody thinks that something is right, then by all means, again, as long as you're not hurting people, and even that's a relative statement, because clearly there's a lot of hurt and suffering that gets caused because of this stuff. But I think we all just take this stuff too seriously. We are here for this temporary amount of time, and we're wasting
But I
all
mean,
this time.
you will have to take this stuff seriously if your belief is that you have to take it seriously. I mean, it's easy. That's the thing. It's easy for us to say it's good to agree to disagree, and like it's not that serious. Everyone can have their own beliefs. But I'm telling you, if I still believed as a Muslim, it's hard to just think everyone can have their own beliefs. Like I wasn't trying to fight with people or anything, but I couldn't be apathetic and say, you know what, these people are going to hell, but it's up to them. It's their own belief. No, like if the stakes are so high, it's hard to be a moderate, live and let live kind of person. If you genuinely believe in such high stakes, I think it's asking the impossible of believers to be extra tolerant if they really, really believe what they're talking about. You know what I mean?
I think you're absolutely right about that. And that's where a lot of this frustration derives from, because we're all focused on this, on something that I think is ultimately detrimental. It pulls us away from what's really happening, which is that we're existing and we're here for a temporary amount of time. And as unsatisfying as that is to many people, that is a basic truth I don't think anyone can argue.
Well, believers do argue that we're here for a temporary amount of time, but then there's more. But yeah, it's sad to see some people like what to me would seem like wasting the one life that you have, but I don't interject and tell them you must live your life better than this, you're wasting it, as long as they're not harming themselves or other people, which is again very relative. I think that's where I draw the line, that if beliefs help you get through this life, if you want to dedicate your entire life to the afterlife, sure, but just make sure that you're not, harming yourselves or others in the meantime, and that we can clearly just say, hey, this is not a healthy way to live, and we can agree to disagree on that. But I think it's hard to have like a live and let live attitude when such high stakes are there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. But the part of the issue is that the religion, then the beliefs, which are thoughts, are ultimately driving that. It's all about, well, what is one thing, and so I think ultimately we're kind of on the same page here,
Mhm.
and really, it's again, there's no clear answer here. It's just it's very interesting to see the psychology of folks, and allowing the religion to sort of just bat away common logical notions, and in the interest of self-serving, so I can essentially go to heaven forever. I mean, that motivation is really what it comes down to for most Muslims, I think.
Or to avoid hell, right? Or like the previous caller was saying, as a believer, sometimes you come across something that seems immoral or unlikely or nonsensical, but it is true. Like that's a prerequisite that it's already true. So how do we make it make sense? I think that's the detrimental part, is that it makes people question their own sanity and their own rationality when you keep seeing recurring examples of things that don't make sense, that ultimately the truth is that they do make sense, according to your belief. You start to doubt yourself and you achieve less. I know that's happened to me in my life when if you teach someone, it's kind of like kicking someone down every time they try to understand something. Every time I tried to understand something in Islam and it seemed obviously nonsensical, I'd be told, well, it does make sense, but you don't understand it, or it's not your place to understand this, or maybe in the future, or it's Allah's wisdom. So it was like training me that you use your mind and it gets you nowhere, and you realize how small you all are and how futile your attempts were. and that's not a good thought pattern to enforce. That's my take on that. But that's eventually what happens, unfortunately.
Right. Well, I want to thank you for all the work that you do for advocating and getting out there and really devoting yourself to having people ask those deep questions of themselves. So thank you very much for all that.
Of course. Well, I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. Take care.
Sure. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you to the caller. And just notice this. Thanks, Kryptonite Flame, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Yeah. So next caller, we've got 3 more callers on the line. We've got Time Spaces next. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Nice to talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. I don't really come on these streams much. I've been listening to you.
Did you attempt to join before? I've seen that name before.
That's right.
Okay.
I did attempt. I think I had a few connection issues and just doing jobs here and there, watching you and trying to deal with my cats at the same time.
Well, welcome. There's no reason to be nervous or anything. Take your time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. I've listened to a lot of your videos and appreciate the work you're doing, and it's bringing that awareness to people. And funny enough, I'm from England, from the Indian Sunni side though. Your last caller was from, I think, the Indian Shia side. Is that correct?
I believe they said that in the private chat, maybe, but they haven't really spoken about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I grew up in a very religious Sunni family in the UK, in Yorkshire. You've heard of Yorkshire?
Yep, I have.
Fantastic.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you approximately?
I'm in my 40s.
Okay.
So I grew up in a, unfortunately, I don't want to stick to the topic. You were speaking of the Ahmadiyya sect.
It's not the topic of the stream, but the first caller was an ex-Ahmadi. But if you have anything you want to talk about, feel free.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's unfortunate, because I would talk the same sort of rhetoric that, their leader ended up in a toilet and dying in a toilet. And I was very young when I got taught about this sort of stuff. They were just classed as non-Muslims to the area we grew up in the Sunni side of Islam. We rejected Ahmadiyya, we rejected Ghulam, and all this talk of Shia Muslims, any other fraction apart from Sunni Islam, for us it was not acceptable at all to take part in their religious books and having their understanding of Islam. No, we were strictly taught about Sunni Islam, whether it's from the 4 madhabs. They're all correct, the 4 madhab. It doesn't matter what you follow, they're correct. You might have a few variations here and there, but as far as Shia sects are concerned, and the Ahmadiyya, Ismaili, and all the other subcategories, they were totally shunned away. They said this is not to be followed, this is totally wrong. But again, I got taught this when I was fairly young, probably 15, 18. My father was the imam of the mosque.
Well, how did you feel about those religions and the followers of those religions?
Again, when you're young and you're quite naive, you just listen to what the imams have said to you, and you tend to listen to them until you get older and you sort of investigate it for yourself, because there's Ahmadiyya mosques very close to where I live. There's 3 of them actually. And they took quite, from the Sunni side, when Queen Elizabeth passed away recently, as you probably heard in England, the Ahmadi mosque were supporting the monarch, and the mosques were all glittered up and jazzed up, and respecting the death of Queen Elizabeth. Whereas the Sunni side, no, it's not going to happen.
Well, I don't know about your position about the monarchy and whatever. I don't have any particular fandom of the monarchy, but I can imagine that glorifying a human to that extent, and especially a woman leader, would not go well with the Sunnis.
Absolutely, because women leaders, I'm sure there's a hadith saying any nation that takes on a female as their leader will surely be unsuccessful.
Yeah, I think if I'm quoting correctly, Muhammad said, "لن يفلح قوم ولوا أمرهم امرأة," or something. Yeah, people who let a woman lead them, they're not going to do well. Do you hear that sentiment, like among British Muslims, saying that our country, or the country we're in, is going to hell because, or like it's not going well because there's a female leader or something?
I know it's not really spoke. We don't really talk about it like that, but I think, growing up in the UK, we've been privileged, very privileged. You can build a mosque wherever you want. You can say what you want. You can do everything you want here in England. Yorkshire is an opportunity where you can do anything really as far as your religion is concerned. You can go to Fajr in the morning and nobody will question you. We've got all the flexibility here you want. Islam is very easily, you can practice Islam very easy here compared to even some Muslim countries. We can build a mosque. There's so many mosques. There's like 4 mosques just near where I live. And they're all Sunni mosques. Predominantly in England, the Sunni mosques. You've got a few of the Shia and the other sects, but predominantly Sunni Islam. I got, like I said, my father was the Imam of the mosque, so we got taught the Quran from a very young age, and from Surah Fatiha, Surah Baqarah, and doing memorization, Taraweeh, 5 times prayer, all this stuff. So this is very regular for most Muslims in the UK. We've got it easy. Mr. Aladdin, we've got it easy over here.
Well, do you hear the opposite narrative, that Muslims are oppressed in the UK?
Well, I've heard it. I've heard it in the past that we can't do this and we can't, and I think it's a difficult situation because over here in the West, as long as you're not hurting anybody and you're not doing something stupid, the governments are fairly okay with you. But unfortunately, in the UK, we've got Sharia courts as well. Caught up with the secular courts as well, and it's just stupid if you ask me. I was thinking, why is the government so spineless that they don't shut down these Sharia courts in the UK? I'm sure last time I checked, we were living in England, and England is not a Sharia country. But when it comes to divorce and stuff like that, you can go to Sharia courts in the UK and and settle your divorce, settle any issues you might have with children, or any domestic issues. There's also the Islamic courts you can go to as well, but they're not even recognized. That's an unfortunate thing. Just like the marriages in the UK, most women that are married in the UK, Muslim girls, they're married under the Sharia, and it's not recognized. And funny enough, there was a documentary not so long ago saying a lot of women in the UK don't really realize that they're not married correctly because the paperwork is not recognized over here. You've got to go to the correct office and do it correctly, how it's supposed to be. But
are there like multiple people married, like polygamy, for example, a man married to multiple women? Is that a thing in the communities you've been around?
Yeah, it's a low key thing. There's people don't go around talking about it. Neighbors know, man next door might have 2 wives, 3 wives, but it's not something you'd go out and talk about it, because it's illegal under the day, first of all. But you can't have both things. That's what I'm saying. You can't eat with your right hand and eat with your left hand, and eat with both your hands together. You've got to give and take a little bit. But yeah, it's been lovely opportunity to talk to you. I don't want to be too long, but I thought I'd just give you maybe a couple of minutes to have a chat with you, and just more listening to what you've been saying. But you're a really interesting chap. You've opened my eyes up to the Deen of Islam, because I was very deeply embedded in religion, very religious lad. I'm married to a non-Muslim, and my family don't have nothing to do with it because she's not Muslim. It's not going to happen.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be sorry, because it's one of them things. I knew it was always going to be that, to be honest with you. Yeah, she's not part of Islam, so we can't accept her. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult. And the funny thing is, my brothers and sisters were born in the UK. We live in a democratic, secular government, and even their minds are under the Islamic influence that Ummat al-Kuffar cannot coexist within our family.
But they're in a country full of kuffar.
You're telling me?
Yeah. Well, did they ever like? Are there sentiments of wanting to move back to a
No.
more religious country, or no?
No, because we're from, like I said, from the Indian side of Sunni Islam. So we'll go back to India. It's not a Muslim country, and like everybody else, everybody who I come across, what is a Muslim country? You've got that argument as well.
Right, that no country is truly a good Muslim country, therefore might as well stay here.
No, over here, people are not going to leave the UK to go to the Middle East and live there. I'll tell you now, we've got it very good over here. You wouldn't leave your privileges from the UK to go to the Middle East. I don't think so personally.
I mean,
I'm
some
sure
people do it, but it's rare.
Yeah, they do it. They do it. People who can afford to do it, and people who do it for religious reasons immigrate to able to practice Islam precisely, or not be confronted by work colleagues or people on the streets looking at them funny, why you wearing a thobe for. So these sort of practices, they can able to do it in a Muslim country without being looked at. But then again, over here in the UK, the general public over here are used to burqas, are used to hijab, are used to jubbas, even the Arab style jubbas. It's a multicultural society from Somalia to Nigeria. From all around the world, we've got people from
I've heard
all around.
of people like wanting to move not because they feel uncomfortable practicing Islam to the fullest extent, but they feel like certain things they can't practice. Like, for example, they're forced to see, if you ride public transportation, you're forced to see a woman without a hijab or niqab, or like, wearing shorts in the summer or whatever. Even if you look away, you're getting sins to them. They think of it that way. So they want to move to a society that's better suited for them to not run into these sins, and that their kids would be less likely to be misled and all that kind of stuff.
If you've got a mindset like that, and you're counting, when I'm walking down the street, if I see a young girl, if I look at her, am I going to get sins? This is nonsense, man. Come on. People growing up in England cannot think like that. I was speaking to my brother not so long ago, a few days ago, and I said to him, remember when we were young, we used to do Christmas, Halloween, all the Easter festivals. And my father was the Imam of the mosque. But we did it as chilled out. We didn't think, after these festivals have ended, we're going to start worshipping Satan, or we're going to start converting to Christianity. No, it was just a bit of fun. Drawing pictures of Halloween, drawing Christmas trees. And them were the normal things that most Muslim kids did in England, boys and girls. And they know that they've done all these things. And now you've got imams on YouTube saying how it originated Halloween, how evil it is. And I was speaking to my wife. I said, have you heard all this? It's bloody nonsense. I said, it's nonsense, and we're just having a bit of a laugh. That's all it is. You got a pumpkin outside your house. So what? A ghost and goblins going to come in and start? Yeah, brother, Mr. Apostate Aladdin. I've seen this. I'm older than you. I've seen a lot of this unfold before my very eyes. And Sunni Islam is a religion that's not going to give up easily. I've spoken to Secular Spirit before, your friend.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to him, Islam is not going anywhere. It's here to stay. In England, there's lots of convert or revert Muslims and whatsoever. And it's funny because I asked my mother a question not so long ago. My son was sat with me, and I said to my mother, "Who do you love more, mother, Muhammad or me?"
What did he say?
What do you think the answer was?
Was your son a Muslim at the time?
My son is a Muslim. He's sat in the room with me, and my mother is sat with me. And I asked my mother, "Who do you love more?" Bearing in mind, my son, he's of age. He understands without giving too much away. And I asked mother, "Who do you love more, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or do you love your son more?" And she said, "I love you both the same."
That's the most diplomatic answer she could give.
Yeah. And then my son sat there. So I asked him as well. And like I said, and he said, "Dad, I love you first of all."
That's heartwarming to hear.
Yeah, "Dad, I love you more than anything."
You know, you said Islam is not going anywhere.
No.
I agree. I don't think it's gonna disappear over the next 20 years because there is internet. However, I think it's gonna be more of like a Cold War kind of situation where people dig trenches and just remain in them. I think there's gonna be the camps are gonna be more um kind of dug into their positions. Like there's going to be more people leaving Islam or not, becoming religious as they're growing up, but the ones who do stay are going to be even more entrenched in it. There's going to be a lot more friction, I think. Not because like non-believers or ex-Muslims are trying to instigate stuff, but more like now that they're actually doing something, now that they're actually speaking up, that's where the friction happens. Before they weren't. That's why there was less friction, because it was still happening, but not as commonly because people just didn't speak about it. I think now it's more in the open, and with time it's eroding away at Islam, but it's not going to disappear.
No.
No.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Mhm.
it is a strong religion, Islam, and when you get people, I've heard these recent arguments, Christianities, they don't stand for anything. They don't believe in anything. What do you know? You're not a Christian. Christian is the dominant religion in the world, and it is in the UK as well. Whether they follow it or not, doesn't matter. There's loads of Muslims here. They don't follow Islam at all. They don't pray Fajr, Zuhr, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha. They're just born Muslims. They're comparing, the scholars online comparing missing one namaz is like, you might as well, it's the worst thing you can do. It's worse than murder, worse than rape, worse than the worst crimes. What kind of rhetoric is this? Nonsense talking like this. It's stupid, and unfortunately over here, we've got a Disney version of Islam. It's easy over here. You can do what you want over here. It's really easy. And Muslims, you can take advantage of that as well. We had, the Lady of Heaven movie that was banned in Yorkshire as well. And I went to
Muslims,
the cinema.
didn't want it, right?
I went to the cinema over there and spoke to the manager. And I didn't personally say it to myself, but your hierarchy needs to realize that I want to watch the movie. There's others that want to watch the movie. You're shutting shit down because you've got a minority of people, claiming that we cannot listen to the Shia version of what went on in history. It has to be Sunni Islam. If you say anything about our Prophet, about Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, Umar ibn Khattab, if you say anything bad about Aisha, radiallah, we're not going to take it. And we'll come in. If it means violence, so be it. That's how the mentality is here in the UK, bro.
So you think they the cinemas that stopped showing them or refused to show them is because they were afraid of violence?
Absolutely. Fear. They said to me, we are scared for our own stuff. So they had to make a mark. So I respect them for that part. They have to shut it down because of the safety of others. But it shouldn't have to be the case.
Well, what do you think if someone were to argue, no, the protesters were peaceful, it's just bigotry that they're scared of Muslims, that Muslims would be violent? What would you say to that?
Even if the protest is violent, peaceful, you can't. We're lucky over here. You can have a peaceful protest wherever you want it in England. Nobody says anything to you. But the fact of the matter still remains: you're trying to ban books, trying to ban movies. It's not just one thing. Like little things that offend the heart of Islam, especially the Prophet Muhammad. Anything said about him, you know as well as I do, it will not be tolerated by the Sunni Muslim community.
Well, they see it as like you're bad mouthing or speaking falsehood about someone, just like you can sue someone for defamation.
Yeah.
They can shut down your.
I understand that's their. I said to my brother, I says, do you really think the Shia Muslims of Iran, they deliberately know that their religion or their version of Islam is incorrect, but they continue to be disobedient to the Sunnis? I says, no, this is what they've been taught. Just like we've been taught Sunni Islam to be correct, they've been taught Shia Islam to be correct, and any other sect for that matter. The Sufis, they've been taught their version of Islam, and that should be okay. But you shouldn't be able to try to eliminate certain sects because you don't believe in their history or you don't want to listen to their side of the story. This is a problem we have. The dialogue is between Shia and Sunni. There'll never be the they'll never shake hands and come together, because ultimately, you know, they believe in the household of the family of Muhammad. Sunnis don't go to that. Sunnis go, you know all this, I don't need to repeat all this to you. They go
No,
with
feel
Abu
free.
Bakr
Mhm.
and all that. But the fact of the matter is, I think, unfortunately, if there wasn't all these hadiths that have got nonsense in them, because there are loads and thousands of them that are there. There's some nice ones out in there as well, just like there's some nice parts in the Quran. But these hadiths, I think in the 21st century, in the last few years, a lot of people have left Islam because of the nonsense that in the hadith. For example, Aisha scraping sperm off Muhammad's garments. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, they'll tell you, like, I can already think of the apologetics. Well, they didn't have water and soap at the time, and you know, water is in the desert. It's in scarce supply. Like, you can't just throw
Sorry
it
to
in the
interrupt.
laundry.
Before I lose my chain of thought, you know, I used to think when we were younger, we got taught never to really talk about sex
Hmm.
when you're married to your friends. But Muhammad's stories about sex is rampant in the hadith. There's so much about his sex life. It's unbelievable. But when we
Yeah.
were young, we got taught you can't talk about sex to your mates and what you get up to with your wives and stuff like that, you know, as a laugh. But the hadith is full of it. You know, what are you talking about? You know, this hadith of Aisha is controversial. It will be until whenever the end of time will be. This age
Yeah,
of
wasn't there a hadith where like he was sitting with his friends, or like, you know, a sahaba, and then he got up and came back and he said, I was turned on by a woman passing by, so I went to have sex with one of my wives.
yes,
And the
yes.
woman is like, the shaitan uses her to tempt you. Like, that was a hadith.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. You know, I speak to my wife of these things, and she's from the non-Muslim side, of course, and she says, "What a load of nonsense this is, isn't it? They actually believe this." I says, "You know what? My family do, unfortunately. They believe in all this stuff. That's." I said to one of my colleagues at work, I says, "You shouldn't really be working with this haram food anyway." And of course, you know, funny enough, she ended up leaving the job and doing something else. And it's a big organization. I said, I didn't really mean it like that.
Well, that's the thing. When people call some Muslims fanatics or extremists, regardless of the violence aspect, if someone is so closely adherent to the religion and others call them fanatics or extremists, I disagree. I think, why shouldn't you follow to the letter? Like,
Yes,
if you really believe that God truly said this and Muhammad truly said this maximizes your chance to avoid torture, it's crazy to not follow it to the letter. Like,
I want to ask you quite, you know,
Mhm.
I was thinking to myself and thought, when I die, if God exists and He's going to ask me, I say, if I get an opportunity to ask Allah Azza wa Jal, you know, these books have been written about Muhammad, your beloved prophet. I never believed in these things, especially in the hadith, because we were meant to listen to the people of knowledge, and the people of knowledge are Mr. Al-Bukhari, Mr. Muslim, and all the other hadith writers that are there, including Aisha herself. They wrote this and this about your prophet Muhammad, and I never believed it. That's why I ended up leaving the religion. I got taught a version of Islam, but when I heard about all these different things in your book, because when I was in my 20s, I only got taught about Quran, reading the Quran. I never understood a word about it apart from Jannat and Jahannam. We knew that was heaven and hell, the common features. But why did all these people write this about your beloved prophet? And I could not surely believe it anymore. And now you're going to send me to hell for this.
See, people, Muslims usually ask this question, usually in sermons or khutbahs or some speech, and like, they're not actually asking a disbeliever. They're just posing the question, what would you say to Allah on the day of judgment? You know, wouldn't you be so ashamed? Like, what? And you just gave me an answer, and my answer is very similar. I wouldn't even need to say anything because He knows all my thoughts, right?
Exactly.
I would be asking questions. I wouldn't be saying things.
Exactly, predestination, like you talk about a lot. Why would you want to set up somebody to go to hell and discuss Islam with them, what you've discussed recently? Why would you want to initiate that process of giving that person now a thought that now you know about Islam, we've discussed it, now you need to follow it up, and if you don't, Jahannam is waiting for you. I said to my son not long ago, well, he said to me, he says, Dad, I've never seen that flag in. I was taking him somewhere, and we were driving around in Yorkshire, and he said, I've never seen that multicolored flag before in my geography lessons. I says, you won't, because that's the LGBTQ flag. It's not a world flag. It symbolizes a community. And I said, what do you think about the LGBTQ? Because you have it in your school and you learn about it. And it's on TV, it's on your iPads and your digital, content, whatever you look at. And he goes, I'm not bothered about that. I'm not bothered if two men like each other or two women like each other. It doesn't affect me, Dad. He said that to me. I said, that's what that flag is. It's LGBTQ community. And I have very open discussions with him because I grew up in a very religious Sunni Hanafi madhab. My son he doesn't go to the mosque. My son doesn't go to the mosque, even though he speaks Arabic, my son does, because I'm Indian, he's Arab. It's funny. I'll tell you a bit more later about that if you wanted to in a private chat.
I'm very curious, but yeah, okay, you don't have to talk about it here if you don't want.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I'm losing my chain of thought here. It's I want to make a few quick points, and I'll let you go and let other talkers come on as well. I just think, just to summarize it, Mr. Aladdin, thank you very much, first of all, for letting me come over and talk to you. I only think it's unfortunate. This Islam is unfortunate because it doesn't want to let any other religion move. It wants to be the boss of all bosses. And you've got this battle with Allah and Jesus versus every other God. That's what it is. That's what it is to me. These books have come down one after another, not clear at all. I used to feel that I'm going to go to hell now. And it's an awful thought of thinking about it. Because the descriptions of Jahannam in the Quran are hideous, really. Blankets, jackets made of fire, boiling water down the neck and all this sort of stuff. It's sadistic, evil. I wouldn't even thought of this. It's something out of a horror movie, man. I thought, what kind of God wants to put you through this for so long? Eternal. It's not even a temporary thing. This is eternal. Even when the people talk about you're going to only spend a certain time in Jahannam, even a second in Jahannam is so bad. That's what I got taught anyway, just like you probably did, Mr. Aladdin. Mm-hmm. Even a second, even a quick vision of Jahannam, because even the Prophet himself, I'm sure there's a hadith, it says he was taken to seventh heaven. He looked at Jahannam and he had to look straight back away because he could not tolerate it himself. And to continue to think that you're going to have this awful, torn death, eternal, no ending, is a horrible thought, and I just think no God will do that. No God is going to do that to you. Don't be scared, because no God will do that. Eternal torment, it's just beyond belief,
What got you over that fear? Because a lot of people ask that questions.
Time. It's time. It takes time for you to get out of this mindset. You've been taught this, remember, from a very young age, about Jannat and Jahannam. You've got to do this to get to Jannah. Don't do this, you're going to hellfire, and hellfire has them 7 guards already waiting for you. The deeds are already, the scales are going to be measured. Either you're going to get flung into Jahannam or you're going to have eternal Jannat al-Abad, Gardens of Eden, underneath which rivers flow, virgins, ultimate forever, eternal hard-ons. I've heard of shit like that as well, and it's crazy, man. I see you laughing, but you know.
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm just thinking, like, if your erection lasts for longer than 4 hours, you should call a doctor. But
It's a front to God talk like this, associating these things with prophets, that we're gonna have so many women in heaven, and we're gonna have erections eternally. Come on, there's more to life than that. If I got to God, I'd want to ask him, what is in deep space? What other planets are there? What other life forms are
well,
there? I don't want
here's the
virgins.
apologist response. It tells you, like,
I
they
don't.
tell you can ask these questions. No one
Yeah,
said
well,
you
I
can't.
don't want rivers of milk and honey. I'm not into it on earth. So what's it going to be any different in heaven?
What you can
What's
have whatever you want is what they say, and this was only the language to appeal to the people of the time and
no,
place.
no. They'll say that. Listen, you won't be asking them sort of questions. When you see Allah, you'll just be continually looking at him forever before you even think of asking him, because his majesty is so beautiful. You'll be looking at virgins forever before you even have sex with them. This is what I got taught. They're so beautiful, you can see through their marrow bone and stuff like this. And I just thought, it's not appealing to me. I rather know about multiplanetary traveling, or if there's any aliens out there, or any intelligent life. I'd rather have them sort of questions about science-based. You know, how is a human body is structured, and is there any other species? How, you know, things like that. I'm not interested in having heavenly booty and milk and all that comes with it, because I've heard the list of it. It's quite a grand list, is that? But the women, unfortunately, don't get much of it, though.
Exactly. I was just going to say, one way to show the ridiculousness of it to a believer is, if you talk about the heavenly sex maids and all that stuff, and they're like, yeah, so what? People want that. Ask them, imagine if God wrote in his book, you're going to have a vagina that is forever moist, right? Like, instead of an eternal erection, you have a vagina that is eternally lubricated, and you can have as many men as you want. They'll feel very embarrassed and ashamed, and they'd be like, this is taboo. You can't talk about this stuff. But how come it's okay the other way around?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to talk about your Prophet Muhammad in these disgusting ways. Saying that he had sex with a 9-year-old when he was in his 50s, married a girl when he was 6. This will never go away from the Sunni version of Islam. The Sunnis that will deny this, and the Sunnis that will happily say, yes, she was 6. Have you got a problem with that? Yeah, we have got a damn problem with that.
Yeah.
We have got a problem with that, because the fact of the matter is, no matter what time, what century it was, it's never right for any man in his 50s, even if you give him benefit of the doubt. Say he was in his 40s and she was, say, 13. It's still goddamn wrong, is that, mate?
You think that is going to be one of the hurdles, like the biggest hurdles for Islam over the next few decades?
It's going to be until Islam continues to go. This story of Aisha will never go away. As much as they want it to go away, it'll never go away, because people are not happy. I even asked my own mother, how would you feel if I bought a young girl? Hazur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Muhammad did it, can I do it? It was only for their time. It wasn't for our time. I said, no, but the religion of Islam is for all times. So it's not just for the 7 centuries. Arab Bedouins, it's for all the different Muslims are here today. It's nonsense, because at the end of the day, these sort of things, whether this happened or not, we only go based on Sunni Islam, and Sunni Islam says you have to believe this. If you don't, you're taking yourself out of the fold of Islam by picking and choosing what you like and what you don't like. It's just awful, this sex talk in the hadith. It's really disappointing to think, is that all your mindset's on afterlife? Your afterlife is based on loveliness, but not any educational side of anything. You want to have worldly things still. You still want to have sex in heaven. Now, why would you want that? You know what I mean? You've had all the time on earth.
Wait, I do have to say something about the whole sex aspect of it. So my contention with this way that Muhammad and sex is talked about in Islam is not that at first it was for me that it's vulgar and gross and surprising. Like, why would we be focused on what we were taught was such a lustrous, sinful, not really virtuous thing, right? Which is sex. But then my objection switched a bit to, it's not that, it's about the double standard. Like, if Islam was sex positive, if it taught you how to have sex, if Muhammad was open about what is sex, how do you make sex pleasurable for a man and a woman, and like what is consent, things like that, it's not like, if it wasn't a taboo, then I wouldn't see a problem in Muhammad discussing certain things about his sex life. But
Absolutely.
because because it's presented as such a horrible thing, but also we're promised it as a reward, and only it seems to be focused on the men, it just makes it very suspicious and obvious that this was made up by a man who was horny. Like, it wasn't really about teaching humans how to enjoy their sexuality, or
yeah,
we're gonna extend that in the afterlife. There's nothing wrong with enjoying sex in heaven,
no,
but
absolutely. It's a
it is
human
the
bodily
focus,
function.
you know?
It's a human bodily function that most human beings enjoy. And there's nothing, like you said, nothing wrong with that. And if that's what you want in heaven, so be it. That might be your hobby on earth, and you might want to carry on your hobby in heaven doing that as well. So be it. Just like somebody who was a train spotter, what if he wants to carry on watching trains in heaven? I want to be a train spotter. I loved it on earth, but I want to carry on just like that person.
But here's the apologist point, is that you can have whatever you want. So you can be a train spotter in heaven. However, the suspicious thing is that God focused on the lowest common denominator, which is, we're promising men heavenly maidens and virgins. Like,
yeah, it's
that is what
nonsense.
makes it suspicious. Yeah.
It's nonsense, because Allah in the Quran doesn't ever mention what women are going to get. And I've asked ladies, I've asked women about this, and they don't really know the answer to it. Because, like I say, most Muslims don't know their religion, to be honest with you. The Muslim community I come from don't know. They know the Quran by heart when they read it, but they don't know. They're not interested in looking further into it. There might be a percentage that is, but growing up in the UK, most Muslims, we read the Quran and that was it. We put it back on our shelf. Even that Quran Hafiz, people who know the Quran by heart, they don't even know. I have family members that are Quran Hafiz, recent graduates from classes. It was only a couple of weeks ago when the family members graduated from a Hafs class in the UK. But they don't understand what they're reading, though. And when I ask them questions, it gets a bit embarrassing. Sometimes I just a bit provocative questions, and they don't really know the answers. And I said to them, why don't you read what it says in there? Why don't you get an English version of it? But even when you read the English version, it's hard to question God. It's hard to question Muhammad and his actions, because once you start doing that, you're going down that rabbit hole. That's the problem. They're scared of questioning, scared of questions, because you've been deeply ingrained to believe. You have to believe in Muhammad, mate, or else there's no, you're damned, you're doomed, mate. You know what I mean? I said to my son today, I says, do you think most of these human beings are going to go to hell? And he said, no, Dad, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. Only Muslims are going to go to heaven. No, it's nonsense. He says that to me. I says, well, good thinking, son. Good thinking, because you know what? You need to have a positive mind and accept other people's walks of life. If they want to worship an idol, let them. Just like somebody wants to worship Allah, let them. That's what freedom of religion is meant to be in the UK. You can able to worship your bloody brick wall outside if you want, and nobody would say a damn thing to you. But you couldn't do that in Saudi Arabia or in Muslim countries. You can't even build a church in Saudi Arabia, as far as I'm aware, because it's promoting a different religion.
I don't know if things might have changed slightly now, but even if we look away from the example of, we always look at Saudi Arabia or Iran or whatever, like poster child, strict Muslim country, and all the other Muslim countries as well, on a societal level, that tolerance is not there. Especially when maybe there's some tolerance to, we live among, like, Christians live among us and we get along and whatnot, but there's always friction, and that's expected anywhere. But they don't truly believe that is a valid way to live. It's more like, we will let them do this, You wouldn't let your child switch religions, because then they're dooming themselves to hell and they're going with all the, the hell goers.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we've got the Halloween festival, 5th of November, set off fireworks last night. I'm not expecting any ghosts and goblins to come into my house last night, though. The shit that I got taught when I was young.
Yeah, that
Unbelievable,
if you
unbelievable.
celebrate this stuff, it's like pagan.
Yeah, pagan
thing.
worship. And now we've got the evil Christmas coming. That's what it is. And I participate in all festivals. I'd like to think I like to participate in all, but yeah, it's Christmas is coming. The adverts are going to come in. Shaitan's coming. Evil, saying to everybody that Jesus died for your sins on this day, and this and that. This is it's an awful time for Muslims during Christmas. It is. It's awful. It's awful because it's all around them, especially the ones that do not like to see. Even some of the Muslim houses in my area have got Christmas. They'll have Christmas tree up and they'll have the trimmings up on the windows, because you can do that. Imagine doing that outside one house is very strict religious protocol. You couldn't do that. There is no religion of freedom. So, like, I need to emphasize here, Mr. Aladdin, in the UK, we have got ample opportunity to do, you know, what you want. And if you try to do Halloween as a Muslim in the UK, you're gonna get called out for it, though. That's the only thing. They don't even let you do it because they'll say he's turned into a kafir.
Oh, wasn't there that whole controversy with Mo Salah, the football player?
Yeah, Mo Salah, he got it in the neck. So did that boxer from the UK, Amir Khan. He got it in the neck as well because they're famous. And as soon as they put Christmas outfits on, the social media is going to kill them. Especially the Muslims are. They're not going to give them a chance. They're going to roast them. And you've seen that roasting yourself. You know, now we've got that Mr. Andrew Tate who's coming to the Islamic scene here as well. You know, I mean,
Have you heard anything like in your community about him? About Andrew
Not
Tate?
really. No, they don't really talk about it that much. They don't. I'm in a very diverse community of Muslims and Europeans where I live. So we get to see people from all walks of life, and it's really good, to be honest with you. But yeah, certain subjects they're not willing to talk about. The Sunni Muslims in this area where I live, the Hanafi madhab, like most of the UK is the Hanafi madhab over here. You know, but like we're just going back to Christmas, you know, it's awful because I was saying to my mother the other day, I said we used to have fun at school with Christmas and trees and all that. It was just a laugh though. But now they've got this, they attach it to evil. The Maulanas and the Imams attach all these YouTube videos, complete evil people, get away from. But you're reaping the rewards out of this country. You love this country. These people in the UK, the government have been, you know, a Muslim community has a great deal over here, and they have a lot of opportunities here. You know, got lots of wealthy Muslims in the UK as well that participate in, you know, charities and so on and so forth. But like I say, most of them don't know their religion. If you start talking to some random dude outside about Aisha's age, he's going to say, "What are you talking about?" Because they won't know.
So do you think education about Islam is going to help?
Yeah, if you even attempted to say that Muhammad tried to commit suicide a couple of times, they'll say, "What are you talking about?" They'll try to throttle you.
Yeah.
You know, so they're just Muslim by name, but they don't know the religion of Islam correctly whatsoever, because over here is a Deobandi version of Islam. You know? Deobandi version of Islam over here is widespread in the UK. Is Deobandi. Not the Salafis. Salafis they take a notch up. They take a notch up to the Salafis. You know, I used to hear that they're not even willing to sit on sofas and stuff. They only eat on the floor. They're going back to the grassroots of the 7th century. That's how these guys are.
Well, can you blame them though? Because again, I go back to this point. If I genuinely believed, I would be paranoid about doing anything that would, you know, not only something that would be a sin, but the opposite as well. I would want to do everything that would give me good deeds, right? I would want to emulate Muhammad's life.
Yeah.
I feel more sorry for them than I feel like they're bad people. I feel like when you're that level of committed, it makes more sense than a casual Muslim, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does, because at least you're not being a hypocrite. You're being true to your religion and doing as much as you can.
It's very difficult to live with that level of commitment to anything.
It's not easy. Praying 5 times a day, you know, it's not easy. And that's not a front to say, oh, you couldn't pray because, you know, there's lots of Muslims that don't. It doesn't mean just because you don't pray in namaz or you pray, you're going to go to hell. because Islam, from what I've heard, it's not the case. As long as you're a Muslim, you could be the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. But as long as you're a Muslim, you will eventually get Jannatul Firdaus.
Like you said, hell is so terrible that you wouldn't want to be there for half a second. So if you are really ingrained into this stuff, it would make sense that you do everything to maximize your hasanat, so
Well,
that
you
wouldn't
would.
even
You
sniff
would if
hell.
if it's going to depend on your ultimate abode. Why wouldn't you give it your 100?
Because if you really look into Islam, there are a lot of hadith about how you could be the perfect Muslim, and then one moment before your death, your destiny changes and you're going to hell.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
so if you genuinely believe this stuff and you keep it in mind all the time, and some people don't have a choice in what they think about, like if it's a compulsive thought, then of course you would live life obsessively trying to die to get to heaven. And so-called Salafis would be labeled extremists when they seem to be the most sane, when it comes to like, given the presupposition that Islam is true and like everything Muhammad said is documented here, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
do sympathize with them a lot.
Yeah, because they're practicing the religion like they did maybe in the 7th, 8th, 9th century of Islam in its early years, and they want to stick to the roots. They don't want innovation. They don't want any extras added on, because innovation, every innovation is in the hellfire.
Yeah, in Arabic they say kullu bid'atin dalala. Every innovation is like leading you astray, or yeah.
Exactly. You can speak the Arabic, you see. I can do the English side of it, because that's what we got taught when we were young. Like I said, going back on these things in my 40s, I thought, all these human beings amongst me are going to Jahannam. No way. No way. It's wrong. It's wrong, because God doesn't do that to people. If I was born in, like you say, if I were born in a small village in India, in a Hindu community, I'd be a Hindu today. If I were born in somewhere else, like in China, I might have been an atheist. It's like that. It's your product of your environment, end of the day. And then, like I say, it's this argument between is Jesus God or is Allah God? This is an ongoing battle. This is a conversion, trying to convert people, saying, no, Jesus didn't die for your sins at all. And why would you want to do that? Has Allah said in the Quran that I've taken Jesus into heaven with me? It made him look like it was him, but it's not him. Stories like this, they're so ambiguous. How are mere mortals like us in the 20th, 21st century going to understand when they didn't even understand it themselves? And they're still having arguments today to see if this even happened. Muhammad splitting the moon. Who saw him do it, though? Everybody was asleep. Come on. I've heard these sort of things, and it's laughable, though. And this is what we can laugh all we want, but if it's going to be ultimately our destination is going to be based on this religion, it's making us laugh, some of these things, and we're doing it not because we want to laugh, because it sounds silly.
But and that's my strategy here is I want to make people laugh about it, because once you feel silly, you take a moment and you reassess, wait, why am I laughing about something so serious?
Yeah.
And then maybe that'll snap you out of it. Maybe.
Yeah, I used to be so scared, because we get taught, as soon as you get buried in the grave, the footsteps will be walking away, then the angels will appear. They'll have hammers as well and smash them in your head if you've been bad. The angels on your right-hand side and your left-hand side, they'll be doing, they'll be judging you basically for your good and your bad on earth, and saying to God, this is the son of so-and-so, this is the son of so-and-so. How did he lead his life? And if he left a bad life, send him to the hellfire. If he's been good, send him to Jannah. Things like this were scary to young people growing up. And it sends you paranoid to think, man, if I don't pray, if I miss one of my prayers today, I'm fucked. I need to make up for it later. Excuse my language. I need to make up for it later. It's just constantly trying to keep up with these points. And if you miss these points, you're going to suffer. And the suffering is not going to be it'll be earthly suffering and also a life after death suffering. You get both in the dunya and in the akhirah, both. It's hard to juggle these thoughts. And again, I come from, my father taught the Quran for 40 to 50 years of his life. So I'm well acquainted with the religion of Islam. You know, grew up with the religion, and like I say, but I never seen these dark stories of Muhammad though. Before, in my 20s and 30s, in my early 30s, I'd never seen this. But as I grew old and started looking at the books, and
What would you advise someone who's, a young Muslim today?
read for yourself, open the books. It's in your own books. This is not something somebody has made up. It's your own scholars that have wrote this about your prophet. Then stop blaming the Jews for everything, because it's getting boring in that conversation. A population of 6 million Jews in the Middle East, and the Muslims feel so threatened by them. And they rule the world, and all this rhetoric that goes around it. I don't think it's fair to keep going on about this all the time. It's like the word anti-Semitism exists in the UK, but Islamophobia does not exist, and this is the word they're trying to push for in the UK to be in the dictionary, basically. Because if you try putting in even into your phone message Islamophobia, it'll say no replacement found. No replacement found. So they're trying to push for that narrative to see if we can get this word. But the UK government is saying, no, we're not having this, because any little thing that'll happen towards any incident towards Muslim, we're going to be getting 999 calls all day long for Islamophobia, basically, if that's going to be the case.
And I mean, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are very different.
Yes.
Anti-Semitism is like the dislike of Jews or all the conspiracy theories about Jews. None of it actually has to do with the theology of Judaism.
No. The Jewish people are not, they don't go around propagating their religion. They're not bothered if you're a Jew or not a Jew, or whether we're interested in converting you. Islam is the main one to want to convert people, as well as
that's
Christianity.
The thing, like Islam likes the spotlight, and then people complain about the backlash. Not just, I'm not talking about any hate against Muslims, just someone saying Islam sucks, right? That's Islamophobic.
Yeah,
but you asked for it. Like, you put your religion up for assessment. You're the one who's trying to spread it.
Yeah,
so,
I've always said I love Muslims. Muslims are my family. I've got Muslim friends everywhere. It's the ideology. It's not Muslims. It's the ideology of Islam that separates and divides other communities, unfortunately. Because other religion, God says in the Quran very clearly, any other religion will not be accepted other than Al-Islam. What do you not get about this point? There's nothing to then talk about. There's no point talking about Christianity and all these different. Quran says it clearly that if you can go into all these other religions, it will not be accepted by Allah. So, it's we're a bit of a crossroads, basically, stuck at the crossroads with Islam, because Islam wants to be in the driver's seat. He wants to make sure there's a Muslim in every household eventually. That's how the world will become Islamic totally, by starting off, not through violence, by conversion, by planting the seeds of Muslims into new kuffar houses. Put a Muslim in a kuffar house, the rest will change with time. And
that's not an Islamophobic narrative. Like, this is what Muslims actually think, right?
Yes.
For the betterment of the world, everyone would eventually become a Muslim.
Absolutely. Right? That's what the ultimate hope is. And anybody who tells you any different, they're lying to you. Anybody who else says to you that it's fine living with Christians and they're going to be okay with heaven, and the Jews, they'll go to heaven and God will judge the rest of the people. From what I've been taught, Mr. Aladdin, all other religions are the people of Jahannam. They're going to the hellfire. Even Mother Teresa, as good as she was. These are the unfortunate.
She was good. I've heard some bad rumors about her.
Yes, you can. I'm just giving you a quick an example. You could have been the nicest person in the world, but it doesn't matter. You were never submitted to Allah, nor did you believe in Muhammad, so you have to enter the doors of Jahannam. It's as simple as that. And like I say, if anybody tries to gear you up to say, no, this is right and this is wrong, this is what Islam says. Let's not create a falsehood of what it says. It says very clearly. But then later on in the Quran, Allah says, I will be the judge of the Jews and the Christians and the people of Midian. The narrative changes as time goes along. First, it's a nice narrative in the Makkah verses, and as it goes further on, it gets actually a bit more violent, knocking down idols of other worshippers. You know, things like this. If they wanted to worship idols, let them worship idols. That's how I've always thought of it. But they say it's falsehood, so we need to get rid of falsehood. But they look at your religion as falsehood. Like the Christians believe Jesus Christ is our Heavenly Father, and Muhammad is not the final messenger, and Allah is not our God. So where do you try to get the two? Like I say, you're going back to Allah versus Jesus, Allah versus Jesus.
Yeah.
It's
There-
unfortunate.
The bigger, like the more you zoom out, the bigger of an overview you have of people's beliefs, the more that you try, nobody's objective, but the more that you try to be objective, the more that you're going to realize my belief is just yet another fallible one. And like I see the way that Christians think about me and my religion, the way that I would think about them and their religion, and that snaps people out of it. But unfortunately, a lot of religious minds don't get that opportunity to begin with. Like they're always zoomed in, they're always in their environment. And
Yeah.
now because of the internet and these opportunities, it happens more that there's a lot more mixing, there's a lot more discussion and just exposure to other ways of living. So hopefully that continues.
Yeah, other ways of, you should accept other ways of living, because Islam is not the only way of living a life and reaching a happy goal when you get to your pension age. Life is hard enough as it is for earthly beings than to be told that if you don't believe in this, you're going to Jahannam, you're going to hellfire. It's an awful thing, because like I say, all the challenges life throws at you with marriage, life, so on and so forth, than to be told, you know, if you don't believe in Allah and don't believe in Muhammad, you'll go to hell. It's not a nice thing, because I recently attended a funeral of a non-Muslim of my neighbor, and my family refused to come to the funeral because she's not a Muslim. It's awful that she lived amongst us for so long, but because she was a Christian and Islam doesn't allow to go to these funerals, especially women. You know, my neighbours are asking, how come nobody come to funeral? How come only you did? And it's hard to explain to these people the religion tells them not to, that's why.
And then if you do explain it to them, we somehow expect them to not be bigoted against people who wouldn't come to their funeral.
Yeah, it's
confusing.
It's not nice, because end of the day, it's a human being at the end of the day. You don't mean just because you're going to go to a funeral, you're going to start worshipping Jesus Christ and come back home a Christian, are you? It's just for the love and the love for the individual. You don't have to take it so seriously like that. Just like Christmas and Halloween, you don't have to take it that serious. It's just a bit of a laugh and you get on with your life. Don't mean these people, these kafirs and these kuffar that you keep calling these names, Ummatul Kuffar, they're the most evil people on earth, the worst of creation. I don't think they are the worst of creation, far from it. These kuffar has given us plenty of opportunities in England. These kafirs, the word they keep using, they have given us plenty of opportunities here. You know, so, you know, I'm not going to say to you England's great and we've not got blood on our hands from past wars and stuff. Everybody's got the history. You know, but to continue to blame a country that's letting you practice your religion, do what you really want to do, and then eventually want to turn all these citizens into Muslims at some point, maybe in 100 years from now, that's the ultimate aim. As far as I'm concerned, that'll never happen.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that happening, but I hope that people are aware of, like, I don't like the scaremongering narrative, which you're not bringing here, but people who say, you know, the ultimate goal of every Muslim is to like take over and Islam to take over. That's not really how it is.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all.
No,
that's not the point. It's in a subtle way where you say they might come and see the truth of Islam, then eventually they'll come to Islam, and that will make their family members come to Islam. And that's what I'm talking about.
And that worldview is that they want the best for you, and the best is Islam. So it makes sense that they would want most people to be Muslim, or all people to be Muslim, right?
Yes.
But people need to understand that it's hard to expect live and let live from religions or ideologies that have huge consequences and
Mhm.
that preach to not live and let live. Like, it's hard to do both things. It's
Yeah, it is, because we've in England there's crosses everywhere. There's Jesus and is crosses whenever you go into town. You'll see it, because obviously it's a Christian country, but this is like blasphemy towards Muslims every day, and they've got to look at it.
Mhm.
They've got to look at all these symbols scattered around England, and every time a religious Muslim, or even a Muslim who looks at these things, must think this is wrong. This is totally wrong. This is what we got taught was wrong. Because, when we were young, again, growing up in the UK, we had visits to the church as well. We had visits to the church, and I remember young lads spitting in the church. Because what we got taught, that Christianity is wrong. The churches are they look like haunted bloody houses. There's their God is all wrong. And it was just too much of that, basically. But I think as you get older, as a willing, going back to the question, what advice is, read for yourself and look at the books for yourself. Don't be just taking other people's opinions and adopting them opinions. Investigate for yourself, because sometimes you might come late to you. We'd rather come late than never. My colleague, I says to my colleague at work, I says, your colleagues at work with you, so they're your friends, but they're eventually going to go to hell, though. But you had a better start in life, though. You had a better start. You've got a head start. How come you've got a head start and these guys now have to find Islam? And what if they don't find Islam? Are our colleagues going to go to hell? Things like that. That was scary to think that my close friends are not Muslims, but our book says they are people of the fire, though. You get what I mean?
Yeah. I hope that people can find the empathy to question, because I think empathy is a huge part of it.
Absolutely. I was watching Jordan Peterson and Muhammad Hijab have a discussion, and when he says Muslims need to stop fighting with Shias and this and that, it got the Muslims really angry about it. It got them really angry about it. But if he convert to Islam, they'll be all up on him. They'll be loving him. And as a celebrity, we've got him. He's joined Islam. If he's joined Islam, Islam's got to be right, because they're smart people. That's the sort of thinking they have.
I've faced that, and during live streams, people quoting this person joined Islam and a smart scientist joined Islam. I always ask, well, what about a smart person leaving Islam? Does that take away from its truthfulness?
So what? I had a colleague. I work with a public, and this lad, the religious lad, come over to me, and he says to me, "Do you know that all Muslims know the Quran by heart?" Bearing in mind, he looked quite a religious chap as well. And I says, I've got a friend who knows Harry Potter word for word as well, because he's been reading it since he was 6-year-old. It's no miracle, is it? If you give somebody a book from the age of 4, like I was given a book from the age of 4, to read the Quran every day, I've still got the Quran in my head. I've still got passages in my head that'll never go away. They'll always be there. قل هو الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. I don't know what they all mean, because like I say, we're from the Indian side, so we don't know the meanings unless we read it for ourselves. Because you get a lot of people saying they're not Muslims anyway, they're fake Muslims, they're not proper, they're making it all up, and they want you to even recite stuff for them to confirm. And I've not done that for that. I'm just doing that for myself, Well, it's a problematic situation, to be honest with you. But I think in time people will come to their senses and think, we can't. If nobody's saying don't believe in a religion, you can believe all you want. We're not here to say this is wrong and that is wrong and this is wrong and that is wrong. But ultimately, if you're going to stop people from practicing their religion, and you want your religion to be there without being questioned, it ain't going to happen. You're going to have to bear and brunt the questioning, because people want answers. Mere mortals love questioning. They love listening to stories, as you know. And the more you try hiding information, like you say, the internet is now exposing lots of different things, what people never knew before. It's a great tool. And, you know, a lot of the information on there, you know, what I've been reading, I've been listening to some of the activism as well. It's hard to think, you know, Mr. Aladdin, that you were a Muslim all these years and eventually you left it because you don't believe in what these books say to you. It's us against them sort of thing. Muslims versus the rest of the world. That's unfortunate. I know that's what it is. Anybody might want to tell you any different. I don't believe it for a second. It is Islam versus the rest of the world. Every other religion. Whether now or 50 years, maybe take another 500 years if so be. But eventually, Islam will not give up. It won't. Like I say, ultimately is world domination, but it's not going to happen through violence. Maybe part of it will be, but majority will be through the Dawah scene. Because Islam is easy to explain to an individual rather than Christianity going through the Trinity. Islam, you got one God, you pray, you're accountable for your own mistakes. If you do good, you go to heaven. If you do bad, you go to hell.
It's easy to go over like the main talking points and
Yes.
then have someone say the Shahada and you're done.
Yeah, dissecting monotheism for Islam is easy. One God, Muhammad is his messenger, and these are the rules to engage in. Christianity, Jesus, Trinity, this is where the confusion starts. So this is where people start questioning Christianity more than Islam in the infancy stages, because Islam's message is very easy to understand.
Let me ask you one last thing. Have you seen Dawah people on the streets in your city?
Oh yeah.
Do you think that it would be wise or doable for an ex-Muslim to have a similar kind of, street conversation?
I have.
You have, okay.
They wanted to kill me almost.
So you've tried yourself to go out
I've tried with the local Jamaat that comes into our area. They usually come on a Sunday as well when everybody's relaxed, you see, and try to get you to go to Maghrib.
Right.
They'll ask you to come to Maghrib with them. They'll give you a few stories of the Sahabas. They'll give you a few readings from the Quran and ask you, brothers, do you want to come and pray Maghrib? And if you've got time, even stay for Isha. And they'll do the Jamaat, and they'll pull out the Hadith books after the namaz, and they'll read some of the stories from Bukhari or Sahih Muslim or whatever.
So what did you try to do?
I asked them questions about Islam, what I have. I'm not going to go through them all with you because I've spoken to you for quite a bit now, but I asked them certain questions and they were saying to me, where are you getting this information from? I said, it's in your books, it's in your own books. But bearing in mind, a lot of the Jamaat that comes through, there'll be a couple of elders and a couple of young kids just tagging along. There'll be a couple of young lads, they'll be just tagging along, and they don't really know. They won't know much about Islam. It's only because the parents have asked them, go to mosque with your neighbours, But when you ask them questions, just, basic questions about Islam, especially the subject of Aisha, all hell breaks loose.
Well, do you think it's going to be doable where you are in Yorkshire to, for someone like me to wear a T-shirt that says, I'm an ex-Muslim, ask me anything or whatever, kind of like what they do with Dawah, but the opposite?
I think you could, but you could be faced with some resistance as well.
Do you think it's physically safe?
You're going to get counter. I think somebody would say something to you. Because there wasn't many years ago where we had that incident in Bradford where Salman Rushdie book.
Can you tell me about that? What happened?
The Salman Rushdie book was published, and the area of Bradford in Yorkshire, they had riots because of it, burning the book and attacking cars and just general violence basically because of the book, Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses book. It's unfortunate because they're not even willing to read it. They're not even willing to read what it says in the books, and effigies start getting burnt, and vehicles are burnt and buildings are damaged, but they're not willing to have a dialogue. You insulted our prophet, that's enough. We're just going to get our butts out and we're going to have to come down. That's how it is, unfortunately, and I've seen it with my first hand in Yorkshire.
I'm annoyed that I've seen so many Dawah people on the streets. You know, like you said, the UK affords them that luxury, or right, rather. It's not even a luxury; it's a right that
It
you
is.
want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. However, you can't do it the other way around out of fears
Oh
of.
no. Oh no.
I do want to do that next year. Maybe not in the UK because it seems like a place I wouldn't want to do that there.
No, the UK, you'll be fine in the UK. You know, I say that, I like to think that, but you know, anything goes nowadays. Unfortunately, is
I mean, I've seen certain incidents at the Speaker's Corner and whatnot.
yes, Speaker's
don't-
Corner,
yeah.
London.
Yeah.
It's a lovely place for the people to get together and talk. Imagine having a Speaker's Corner in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work that way.
I don't think it's going to happen, or even Somalia or Nigeria in the Muslim areas. You think it's going to happen to able to have a Speaker's Corner in them places? But you can spout your mouth out over here all you want. In London, you can spout your mouth out all you want. But you can't take these Speaker's Corners to your districts because you're not even able to have these critical discussions. You're going to get shut down straight away. We don't want to talk about this, yeah? Leave it to the Kafirs. Leave these subjects in their lands. We don't want to talk about these things. We have Islam. That's what they say. We have Islam. What have they got?
Well, I want to do such a thing. Like I want to host something public like that somewhere. So everybody in the comments, give me suggestions. Where should I go for something like that? I'm curious what people think.
Yeah.
Probably not the UK, but somewhere else.
Maybe not. But UK is a fairly, safe country, I would say, compared to a lot of the different European countries. You know, but I say safe, but that's word safe is very loose nowadays because you just don't know what's around the corner. Because there's always a nutcase who might want to do something stupid, like the lad who attacked Salman Rushdie and stabbed him in the eye and stabbed him in the neck. What a disgraceful human being. If you don't like what he's wrote in his book, just don't read it. You don't need to go around stabbing people because of it. It's nonsense. Is that your best way of dealing with things that you can't deal with? Go get a weapon and stab somebody.
And everyone who supports it, there's hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because, like I say, growing up in the UK, everybody I come across, kill him. It doesn't matter if he dies, he dies. He's insulted Muhammad. He's insulted our religion. He's creating havoc. He's creating fitna. He's creating. He knew what was gonna happen to him. That sort of talk is nonsense. You don't have to retaliate like that. You don't have to go out with a weapon and attack somebody because you don't like what they're saying about your religion. You should be able to counter your argument.
Or walk away.
But this violent tendencies that remain there are unfortunately, I think some of the people read the Quranic scripture and the hadith and say it's all fair game, is this, because we are allowed to do it, and Allah won't be disappointed because he's instructed it in his book. So we're not doing anything wrong, really. If anything, we're going to get credits for this. We might even get another hoodie on top. Who knows? We might get bonus points. That's all it's about. It's all about these bonus, trying to get all these points to get to the seventh heaven eventually.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate, but yeah, I'm gonna let you go, and hopefully you'll remember me from next time, and hopefully we might get to talk again.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for calling in today.
Okay, appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
Thanks. Have a good evening. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to Time Space for the call. I'll read a few comments. I had a thought that came to mind because the caller was talking about how Muhammad tried to commit suicide. People don't generally know that. But not only that, but Muhammad didn't know that he was a prophet. He didn't believe in his own prophethood. Like his wife at the time and her relative were kind of convincing him that he's a prophet. And this made me think, when a da'wah person like Yasir Qadi had said, Wallahi, I hear the Quran and I know it's from Allah. The moment I hear the Quran, I know it's from Allah. Okay, but the Prophet himself heard the Quran and was like, what the hell is this? I don't know what's going on, or like heard voices in his head or something. And he needed to be convinced that it was the Quran. Yet somehow non-Arabic speakers, I don't know about Yasir Qadi, I'm pretty sure he knows Arabic, but others, they hear the Quran for the first time and they're like, Subhanallah, I know this is the Quran. What is this quality that makes them suddenly believe, and how come Muhammad didn't have it? So anyway, what else? Yeah, so some of the comments here. Atta Batta was saying, where is the Russian apostate guy? So Russian apostate is a caller who called a couple of times, and he's also an ex-Muslim in his 40s or 50s. I'm not sure, so I think that's why he got a shout out here. But I particularly like it when older ex-Muslims call in, because most of the callers that I get, which I don't mind, are in their 20s or something. But it's nice to hear from a different demographic, especially that they're less common. And so, Mojo was asking, how can we fill our emptiness after leaving Islam? Not everyone feels that emptiness, but if Islam was a big part of your life, then it will leave a void when it goes. It's hard to give generic advice, but in my case, part of it was finding something else to dedicate your effort and thoughts to. So it could be that you take up a cause and just work towards it, or at least the way that I think of it in my situation is try to find things that are helpful, that make you feel helpful and that you're using your time productively. That's what worked for me, but everyone is different. So it seems more productive to me to try to help people than to work on making sure that I don't go to hell. Like, I've removed that purpose and replace it with something better. But obviously every situation is different. So yeah, I wish I could give a more specific answer. Iman said, how do you have conversations with believers? I feel bad sometimes bringing up hadith they don't know about because I don't want to break their bubble. So I've thought about that before. I often, like, my conversations with believers, they don't get into talking about new information or me saying, well, how about this hadith? How about that hadith? Unless it's relevant or something of the sort. But there's plenty to talk about outside of that. But I have considered this before. Is it bad of me to burst their bubble and then I'm not holding their hand anymore through the rest of it? Or, I'm leaving them in a state of distress, possibly. I don't think so, because I don't spring such conversations on someone who wasn't expecting it, right? Like, usually they seek out these conversations. And you have to have some faith in their ability to think things through and handle themselves, handle their own thoughts and doubts and all that. And it's not your fault for bursting a bubble, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You could see it as you're saving them by bursting a bubble. So don't overthink it. And obviously don't seek out people to try to disturb their peace or whatever. But if the conversation happens, give them a bit of credit and expect that they will figure it out, to some extent. It's on them whether their bubble is burst or what they do with their confusion or faith or all that stuff. That's for them to work on. KK says, I have friends who said they would unalive themselves if they stop believing in Islam. Like, the hold on people is unreal. That is unfortunate, yes, but I don't know what to say to such people. I've spoken to someone actually on a live stream who said that basically he is extremely depressed and there is no point to living if it wasn't for Islam. I tried to ask him, if he's gotten help otherwise, if he's spoken to a therapist, if he's thought about things differently, but I'm not qualified to know what else to say to them. I just hope that they have a change of mind someday. Yeah, related to the previous topics, it's hard to not fall into nihilism, especially if it's been such a big part of your life. Yeah, but not necessarily, but if left unchecked, it could turn into nihilism. If someone sees the world around them as grim because everyone is not like them and they've snapped out of it and everyone seems to be under this robotic control of religion, then yeah, they will feel very nihilistic and empty and lonely. But if they see that others continue their life afterwards and things go on, then it's easier to fill that gap with something else, or not need that gap to be filled to begin with. Okay, let's get to the next caller. The next caller here is, let me check, I forgot the order. Pink. Yeah, Pink. I am adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, that's good because I'm using a new headset. So, by the way, I'm a bit nervous since
That's
English
okay.
is mine. Yeah, English is not my what is it? The first language. Yeah, and my country is a foreign language. So, I apologize if later on I will ask you to repeat your questions or yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
And also, I'm a bit nervous since I'm not a talkative person. So, yeah, I'm okay with the questions from you or from others. Oh, by the way, how's your cat?
Good. Well, I've got 2 of them, but this one's always sleeping in the background, as you can see, cleaning himself.
It was, yeah, it was really nice to see your cat like appearing on your screen
Yeah.
because I also have a cat in my house. So, yeah, I can
Yeah,
relate.
they usually make an appearance on my stream, and I moved my desk around, but it used to be that the
Mm-hmm.
cat would be able to walk all around here, and I would like show
Mm-hmm.
the cat, but not today, unfortunately. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
what made you want to call in today?
Oh, um, I'm not sure where to start, but I
Well,
usually just
actually,
listen
I
to,
want to ask
yeah.
you first. I forgot to ask everybody. So, if you were in the call, tell me in the comments, how did you find my channel and/or my live stream?
Oh, all right. Yeah. Uh, the first thing is, I would like to say that I never had a thought like I would, watch this kind of videos about ex-Muslim people sharing about their thought. I never had that idea in my mind that I will be one of them. You know what? But once I tried to search the video about ex-Muslim, yeah, the first one I looked was what is the name? Apostate Prophet, I guess.
Probably,
Do we have
yes.
that? Yeah,
Yeah.
Apostate Prophet, and then I guess your channel appeared on the recommendation, right? And then of course, like the username is unique. Like you have Apostate and then Aladdin, and
Mhm.
that's why I was really curious to check. Yes, I
Mhm.
guess it's like that.
Okay. And what made you want to call?
Yeah. So I think it's like I don't know how to talk to, uh, who talk to about my. Can we say it like my doubt about my religion?
Hmm.
It's like it's really nice to know and see that many people also has same condition like me because before I knew there are channels like you, I felt I guess lonely, like because um, I used to believe that Islam is the perfect religion, right? And then um, when I knew that I am the one who is very can we say unreligious? Is that English word? Unreligious.
Irreligious,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I had that thought that I am truly a sinner then, right? I'm truly a sinner. Like, how can I have this kind of feeling and thought? Yeah, I think um, that's really uncomfortable. Yeah, that gives me uncomfortable feeling that uh, I'm not a Muslim and other stuff. I feel like it's a wrong thing to do because I've been Muslim since whatever, if I could say that. Yeah, so that's why.
Hmm. So tell me, what are such doubts that you had that made you feel, bad, like you're not a good Muslim or you're uncomfortable?
Yeah, so first of all, I could say that I was really, what is it called? Muslim who always pray. Yeah, like following and obeying Islamic rules and following Muhammad advice like that. I was sure that Islam was the perfect religion. So it's not only me actually, like my family also do all the practice, and my father is even an imam. Oh, sorry, I think there's a bit.
I
Can
can
you
still
still
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, but my screen is freezing right now.
I can still hear you. Okay.
Oh, all right. So yeah, um, even now my father is an imam in a small mosque. We say it here, like musalla, something like that.
Okay.
And then, yeah, and then I followed all the practice from Islamic rules. I could say um, I was really a religious person. Started from my high school life. Yeah, I had a mission there because I joined a community, like in the school, in my school. Like we had a mission to share and spread about our religion, not only to the students, but to also to other people like our family. So yeah, it's been really. Can we say I was a fanatic? Is that very
Yeah. Yeah.
fanatic?
Well, what? Why would you say that you're a fanatic?
Oh, of course, because in my high school, I've changed the way I dress up. You know, for a woman, especially for a Muslimah, it's identical with hijab, right? I didn't wear niqab here, like in my country. It's not really common, but the way I dress is really, I could say, almost extreme. Like I cannot open the hijab if it's outside the house. Yeah, if it's outside the house, I cannot open it. And then I even wore socks like all the time if it's outside. It's it's still in high school, by the way. And then
Oh, why
uh,
suck? Because you're not allowed to show your feet even.
oh yeah, oh sorry, I forgot
Mhm.
the source, but in our community, like our leader told us that like this. So, guys, can you imagine that later on, when you want to go to Jannah, but because you don't wear the socks, so imagine that what is it? You're going to leave the foot or the feet outside the Jannah. So yeah, they gave
Your
us
feet.
those ideas.
So,
Yeah,
so they tell you that you could, like, the one thing stopping you from going to Jannah is your feet, or that you would leave your feet outside and
yeah,
just,
something like that.
okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Why would you
and
even
many
need
more.
feet in Jannah anyway, right?
Oh,
You could
yeah.
just levitate.
I wish I could have that thought in my high school. Like since I was not really a critical person, like yeah, I would just follow what I think that leader will tell me.
Hmm.
So and also not only that, like the way we do the prayer, I think it's yeah, there there were bit changes. Uh, for example, um, we as a student, they taught us that okay, let's do sunnah like before the five prayer time. uh, I don't really know how to explain it. Do you know that like we have
Like
a
extra
sunnah
prayers
prayer?
in the prayer before the
Yeah,
time,
before
right?
and after. Yeah, like we were not being forced, but we were always say that it will change your life later on, that you could manage your time and others. But it was quite hard since like we were students, right? We should follow we could what is it? We should follow our time well. So it's like we don't really have to pray. Like we had some other extra activities like I don't know, like English club or doing others. But in that community, we were really focused on our, what is it? Our way to live as a Muslim, as a true Muslims.
Hmm.
And not only that, we had a mission that I said before, that we made sure that everyone were aware of our style, and there would be a good reward if we could also change them to be like us. So that's was what is it? That I could say that I was a fanatic.
Okay.
Okay.
And what made you? You said you felt like lonely and you had doubts. When did that start?
Oh yeah. So I think it's last year. Yeah, last year, like in my country, there was a case. I forgot. Let me search it. um, um, wait a second. So, um, there is a law. There is a law, right, about I could say sexual violence. Is that right? Sexual
Okay.
violence. Uh huh. So
Mm.
there was a case that last year happened in my country that it's not the law, but the plan. But how do you say it? It's like a draft before the government accept it, like it's being official.
Okay.
What is that in English?
Uh,
Sorry, like
yeah,
I don't
I
really
know
know
what you
that.
mean. It's like a proposal for a law, but it hasn't yet been signed.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, true.
like
So,
a bill that has to go through like Parliament or Congress or whatever. Yeah.
yes, that's right. So, like, it's been 6 years that that law hasn't been accepted, like officially,
So
and
it's a
then
law like criminalizing sexual assault.
yes,
Okay.
yes, like that. Uh, um, but there were some how do I explain it? Wait, sorry.
That's okay.
Like I wish I could just talk without thinking my language.
That's okay.
So here, yeah. So in my country, there is one party, uh, political party. Yeah,
Hmm.
there is one political party. Um, it's religious party. It's religious party that has rejected the law for twice, right?
Why? Why did they
Okay.
reject it?
Based on what I've known, they say that the law or the chapter in that law, it had the word sexual consent. Like um, they cannot accept it because it's um, because they think that uh, if the law is being accepted, it means the country the country agree with that sexual consent. So I wish I could
Oh,
explain it
if
more.
the so basically the country is allowing sex with consent if
Not
they
really.
so
I
then
mean,
that is it that consent is not required in Islam between a man and a husband, sorry, a man and his wife, but this law would make it obligatory? Is that what you're saying?
oh, yeah, I guess. I mean, in the chapter, like it said, hmm, like, oh, wait, wait a second.
Hmm.
Um, uh, the point is like, as long as uh there is no sexual consent, it means it's a crime. So when uh they had like these two people, for example, they did it based on their own. So we don't classify it as a crime, right? Do you get what I mean?
Okay, I
Sorry,
see
I.
what you mean. So, so the law says that if two people like it is a crime if if there is no consent, which implies that if two people consent, then it's not a crime.
Yes.
And the
Yeah.
Muslim party doesn't like that because it implies that it's not a crime to have sex if you're not married, if you both consent.
That's true. That's their that's their excuse to reject it for 2 times.
So
But
how did
yeah,
that factor into you having doubts?
because I could say as a woman, like, isn't it going to be nice for the victims? Like, we will be protected by the law, right?
Hmm.
But then when I find out that the party is from my own religion, I feel disappointment at the first. Yeah, like, what? Why? That was my first question. Like, how can they do that? Like, you guys should support me and other women, right? Especially like the case is about sexual violence. It's really sensitive, and isn't it um a really sensitive topic too in Islam, in our religion. So that's why I think that's my can I say turning point? Is that
Yeah.
right? My turning point on how I changed my mind into to be more open, I guess. Like, I don't
So
want to put
that
yes.
made you like notice that. So that made you question why would my political an Islamic political group uh, oppose this law, and
Mhm.
then did it lead you to other things, or was that when you had a doubt about Islam?
Oh, yeah. Can I say both?
Okay.
Like, that was the first time I had a doubt on people in Islam. Not what is it? Not the religion itself, but the first thing I s- the first thing is like, why the people are like this? But my religion was perfect, right? Like, that's how the contradictions happen in my mind. Like, why is it only in my country? And then later on, I tried to find out about other countries, and then I found out the word agnostic, atheist, and others. And then I know that, um, then probably the problem, how about the problem will be in the religion itself. Okay, so that means that is how I that is how I think. What is it? I put myself outside outside the box like that. Like, I don't want to put myself as a Muslim. That's why. How about I go out from this community first, and then I don't want to think about sin and others. How about I find out about Islam like that? So after, like, you get disappointment from the people, and then I try to find something else about Islam. I think I cannot really say that I'm 100% ex-Muslim, because I don't really know which one is true, which one is false. I had a lot of doubt until now. But about doing practicing and others, I don't know. Like, I stopped doing that since um, I don't really like the idea of like fighting with your mind, fighting with your heart. Like, you want to find the good thing in this religion, but the other way, people show that in different fact, in different what is it? Different values is not same like the religion taught. But then when I try to find out about the religion, that Islam, I don't know. I cannot say that I found a lot, but as far as I know now, like, actually, um, Islam is like that. Like, Islam doesn't really teach you uh, all all the things in this life. So at the end, uh, what is it? I could understand that religious parties in my country. Do you get what I mean? So after I get disappointment with those people, and after that I try to look for my own religion, and after that I understood why they did that. It was because the religion itself. And
Well,
then
let me
yeah.
ask you this. You say you're very confused and you're not sure what to believe. What um, what are some of the things that make you lean towards believing that Islam is true?
Well, I guess the word miracle. I guess the word miracle, or something like that you couldn't see, but you have to believe. It's really hard for me because what I've seen in this world, yeah, it's only like those people and crimes and other bad things happen. Even though there are also many good people, right? But how can I just truly believe like 100% that Islam is the good one, or uh, there is
Well,
a God?
I'm asking what makes you so far. You're not sure, but what makes you believe? Like, what is
Or what
something
makes
that you think about and makes you think maybe Islam is true because of
Oh,
this?
okay. Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
um, I think because I grew up with many people, Muslim around me. They like to share story about Muhammad, that he did a lot of nice things. Do you know that? I think it was hadith, but I don't know like which one. That is an enemy of Muhammad. Like he like to be the one who what is it, share a bad story about Muhammad, and then one day that person got sick, and then I think he got blind, and then when Muhammad came to him, like he fed that man without that man knowing that it was Muhammad himself doing that. But then later on, when Muhammad died, that guy was looking for that person who always feed him, and then I think the Sahabat like that told that person like, oh, it was Muhammad, and then he, what is it? Like he regretted.
Well,
But yeah,
did you know that
okay.
there's a similar story where there's a Jewish neighbor of Muhammad, a woman who would leave garbage in front of his house, and till like one day Muhammad didn't find garbage, so he went to ask about her, and like he visited her because she was sick or something like that, and that turns out to be a false story. Um, but I don't I've never heard of that one before, and I'm guessing it's probably a false story. But say it is a true story that this happened,
Mhm.
why does that make you believe that Islam is true? Because Muhammad was nice to a mean guy.
For now, uh, I guess it's a story about Muhammad himself. Like, uh, like honestly, I don't I don't really try myself to find out about it. Like I think I should ask more people, but I don't know who. I think if I ask, the, what is it called, ustad like that,
Hmm.
the teacher of Islamic subject. I think of course their answer will be back to the Quran and then the Hadith. So I mean, what I
I
mean
mean,
is,
even if there are answers in the Quran and the Hadith, there's nothing wrong with assessing those answers. Um, but I guess you're saying they would say it's in the Quran and Hadith, but you don't understand it, or like you can't understand the Quran and Hadith. Is that what you mean?
yeah, and I think if I ask those people, yeah, they're going to go back to the Quran and Hadith, and there will be no answers. I think it's like that.
So how come you haven't been looking into whether Islam is true or not?
For now, it's just based on my family, like
Hmm.
they're being nice. My parents, they're being so nice. They never taught me about bad things, and they truly believe. What is it about Jannah and other stuff in Islam.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know, like it is a little bit a belief, I guess, that I have in my heart or in my mind that I cannot find the answers. So that's why I don't know how to like label myself. Am I ex-Muslim or what?
Well, does it matter to you what label you use?
Um, I think it's for me. Yeah, but you know what? Now since I know, or since I put myself as not really a religious person, I try to change the way I dress up, I guess, because I don't want people to look at me as a really religious, because that's how I look at people when I was in high school. You know, like I think it's not only me, if I could say, like many people in my country, especially Muslim, we would like to uh, what is it? We give critics or judge people by their look. So what I want is people. Uh, I don't want to be judged by people as Muslim or very religious Muslim like that.
Because you're not a very religious Muslim.
Yeah, I wish I could say that to the word, but I don't know about my family. Because I think there's no uh, there's no problem with with being not like you. But for example, I mean not to you, but that Muslim people. Like if we are different, it's okay. But here, people here think that being different is not good. Like we have to follow them. We have to be like them. Do you get what I mean?
Hmm.
But actually, there are a lot of contradictions here happen. If you are Muslim, for example, because I'm a woman, right? So actually, in Islam, like we are forbidden to go on a what is it, a date,
Hmm.
like walking with the opposite gender. Yes, we know it here. Like many people, Muslim people know it here, but the other way, uh, it's also like okay to do that. Or even my parents told me like, oh, like when will you bring, that person, that special person? Like I was like, oh, really? Like at the same time, they wish us to live like other people, but in the same time, like this is not good. But it's okay if, like it's not really clear for me the way they live.
Hmm.
With,
It's not consistent, you mean?
yeah,
Like,
I could say that.
yeah.
Many other.
Well, what do you hope will happen in a year from now or 2 years from now in your life?
Oh, of course. Um, I do want to live as a human without being labeled as like, are you Muslim? I don't think it's important. Yeah, I want to live as what I think it's good for me and for others, not because I want to spread or share to people that uh, my religion said this. If you want to follow me, we will go to Jannah and to get something more later. Instead of doing that, I would like to participate in what is it? Oh, what is that word? Like volunteering in
Hmm.
uh, taking care of nature or cats. We have so many cats here in my country. Like like because I really love cat and mammals or other animals. It's like I want to uh you know I want to collect them all and put in a big house instead of just fixing other people's look or other people's life. Like how
Hmm.
about we change, or how about we together we um, take care of what we have. So I wish um, there's no more label of religions, I guess, if it's possible. But of course, I think it's not possible yet in my country, and that's really sensitive. Like even in your ID card, there will be a column that you have to put your religions there, and it's a taboo when it's empty. So, yeah, you could imagine that.
That's
Right?
unfortunate, yeah. But I hope that you get closer to that place in a year from now, or
Yeah.
whatever. Is
Okay.
there anything that you wanted to ask me, or anything else that you wanted to say?
Yeah. I would like to ask to you about um, how do you face. I mean, okay. The first question, like, I don't really know. Like, does anyone of your family know about your religions or your belief right now?
I usually avoid talking about family on the channel just because um, if somebody eventually identifies me, I don't want things to be traced back to other people who didn't choose to be on the live stream. Like I don't want people to know personal information and like go talk to my family and ask them questions. You know what I mean? So
Mm,
I will have to refrain from talking about that. Yeah.
okay. So let's say, for example, like, uh, um, like maybe it will happen to me as well. I mean, someday, like your family find out about your belief. So I want to know, how do you handle that? Or how do you face it? Like, are you going to come out?
I think it's different for everyone because it really depends on whether you're a male, female, where you live, what kind of people they are, how tolerant they would be. It really depends on the person. But my general advice would be make sure that you can take care of yourself and that you have a support system, not just financially can take care of yourself, but you have friends and maybe other family members that won't leave you if you tell them that you don't believe anymore. And it really depends on your situation. Some people don't feel the need to talk about it, or like their family isn't playing a role in their life, so they don't need to tell them that they don't believe anymore. But if they're always around you and you don't want to pretend all the time, sometimes you feel like you have to tell them eventually, not because you want to argue with them, but because you don't want to keep pretending. Um,
Mm,
so it depends on the person, but I think you have to make sure that you're okay, and whatever decision you make, whatever you talk to them about, you're going to be okay despite the consequences. You have to remind yourself that if they react negatively, that is not your fault. It's because some people think maybe I should have waited longer. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. This is my fault that I, have a bad relationship with my family because I told them I don't believe. No, it's not your fault. Um, do whatever is best for you. And if that means telling people that you can't pretend anymore, and if that means that they don't like you the same way or they treat you differently, then that's on them. That's not on you. Just take care of yourself first and foremost, and don't let family guilt you or make you feel bad or make you second guess yourself and wish that you pretended for longer, because there's no winning. Then you're going to be miserable no matter what you do.
mm.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yes. Thank you. I think that's only my question, though. It's really nice talking to you. Thank you for having me here. And I'm very sorry about my language.
No,
Do
you
you
did
have more
great.
questions?
No, nothing else comes to mind.
Okay.
Well, thank you
Thank
for calling
you.
today. Have a good rest of your day.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you again to the caller. I'll read a couple of comments and then I'll get to the next caller. We've got 2 more in queue. So, first of all, thanks to Mojake for the super sticker. That's really generous of you. I appreciate it. And Snuffy was asking, how much do you pay them to play victim role? I'm interested. I gave him an answer in the comments, but if you missed it, it's $10 an hour, and 15 if you can manage to cry. I think this person was genuinely thinks that there's some kind of conspiracy here that we're all trying to make Islam good bad or what look bad or whatever. But I generally I have absolutely zero connection with any of the callers that called in. On very rare occasions, it's someone who had reached out to me on some platform, and I said, "Well, join the next live stream," and that's the extent of it. But yeah, it's easier to believe that everything's a conspiracy and all of this is fake than to believe that genuinely, these people are real and they're taking time from their day and sharing personal things, especially if they're nervous. Like it's a lot of work and takes a lot of courage. So thank you to all the callers. Now I am taking the next caller, which is NHA. I am adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I kind of just wanted to talk to you about one of the previous streams you did. I don't know if it was a few months back, but it just popped up on my YouTube channel. And so you were talking to this one guy, and he kind of talked about how all the hadiths about angels and how they're tracking our daily life. And you asked him the question, he kind of said, "Oh, what's absurd about my religion?" And you said that I don't understand why angels would be interested in our sex lives. Because there's this one hadith that if a husband asks his wife, calls her to bed, and she says no, angels are going to be cursing all night long. And so that is obviously bizarre, because to me it doesn't make sense why angels would honestly care anything about what we're doing. But the follow-up question that came to my mind is, why is a God that's all-knowing and knows everything that we're doing need angels as assistants in the first place? Why does it need angels to sit there and curse when it's if it's a math equation, you're like, oh, the sun's setting at 8 p.m., 9 p.m., whatever, it's gonna rise at 5 a.m. I don't know if it's like that, but doesn't he know already? Why does it need assistance? And I remember when I was a kid, knowing about there's 2 angels, one sitting on each shoulder, counting all your actions and recording basically. And I know it's a belief that Christians and Jews share as well. So I don't know. I thought it was bizarre. Obviously all that is bizarre, but what's more bizarre is that all-knowing God needs assistance when he knows what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I was a child, I had the same exact question. All of these questions I had as a child, but the difference between, me having those thoughts now and back then is I wasn't aware that there's an option that none of this could be true. So it wasn't the bizarreness of, oh, there's an angel sitting on my shoulder that's weird, right? It's the why does God need it that was weird.
Right. Yeah.
I agree with you, and I don't think I ever got a good answer for that. But I always bring it back to, how Muslims point to other religions and say polytheism is so nonsensical. You have to have one God and all that stuff. How could there be demigods, like a God in control of a specific function, like a God of life, a God of whatever? But then you look at Islam, you've got the angel of death. You've got the angel of whatever, rain. You've got demigods. They just call them angels, but they're all under God's command and all doing things that God can do without even, breaking a sweat. So it doesn't make sense. None of them are necessary. I mean, even our entire existence and the passage of time is unnecessary if God already predetermined everything. But yeah, something as trivial as a bean counter of a angel is not needed. Yeah.
Yeah. The second thing that stood out to me, and also I don't remember which live stream it was. I don't remember what number, but it was one of them where Muslims call in. And one of the things you mentioned is that God is needy. Why does God need us to pray? And one follow-up question I thought would have been good is asking why the Quran doesn't explicitly mention how many times to pray or how to pray. Because I know in Shia circles, they pray 3 times, where Sunnis, a lot of times they're praying 5 times. Why would, I don't know whether or not some Muslims might think it's needy. They might disagree and say it's not needy. But my question would be, an all-knowing God, why would he not tell you explicitly that, hey, this is how many times you have to pray, and these are the procedures, and we don't have to refer to hadiths and sunnahs, Wouldn't
Yeah,
that
that's
just be easy to just do that? Like tell us explicitly. And then the second surah might be like, hey, these are the procedures, these are the steps you follow to pray. Then you might go to hell or heaven. Why do we need hadiths or
Well,
sunnats for this?
see, this is the subjectivity of someone saying that the Quran is a perfect book. A very easy criticism is no, it's not. You have the biggest, one of the biggest components of Islam, one of the pillars, the salah, is not
Right.
really described in this perfect book. That's an imperfection, right? But it's
Yes.
subjective. Someone could
Yep.
say, well, no, that's not necessary. But I agree with you. And again, that was a question that I asked early on in my youth is, wait, where's all the rest of the other stuff? How come we're filling in the blanks and we don't trust these other sources as much? But Muslims say and Sunnis say, well, it's through like transmission that we know since Muhammad's time, it was 5 prayers. So that's why we don't need it in the Quran.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, there's no definitive argument to be made either way here because it's subjective to say that the Quran is perfect. But I agree that it would be better if it had more explicit instructions on something so important, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
And also, I wanted to know, what do you think about, like, I want you to put your apologist cap on and tell me, what do you think about circumstantial revelations that come up a lot? Because, like, I know it comes up when hijab gets mentioned, how it came about,
Mhm.
Muhammad's polygamy. Like, you mentioned the verse about him telling people to not, stay away. I think it's in Surah 54, I believe. But there's a verse about him telling his followers, don't come in. Like, God is saying that, supposedly.
Or like, don't linger at my place for
Right.
too long.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
yeah, I just
What
want
do
to
I
know.
think of it as an apologist or as
Right. Like if you were a Muslim, and
Mhm.
also like a lot of the time, like Surah Tawbah comes in and they're like, oh, this is only for a specific example, the archetype of events. Like this is what I got explained to by Imam, that like, all the violent verses, those were because
Mhm.
at that time they were at war, and only if that archetype comes up again in 21st century or maybe in the future, that's when these verses are applicable. But in everyday life, you're not supposed to like apply those verses. So
Well,
like
I
basically,
can tell you
yeah,
what I think of that as an apologist.
yeah,
It ties into this question here that Nazone is asking. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. It says, why did Allah curse Abu Lahab in the Quran, since Quran is meant to be followed till the end of times? If he is all powerful, why not end him? Shows how man-made it is. But here's the apologetic point to all of this is it was circumstantial because Allah was revealing it in context to teach people as they went, rather than giving him a full book and say, this is everything that you need from now to like your death and the future. So it was more like a practical demonstration of the necessity of these rules, and that's their defense of it, right? But obviously from the outside, it seems mighty suspicious that the moment that he's cornered, he's like, oh, actually Allah says do this, right? And contradicts each other and sometimes cancels out each other. Obviously from the outside, it looks very obviously made up. But that is the best defense that they come up with, is that it was meant as a practical demonstration. But where that fails is it doesn't, well, these verses, maybe they were revealed in context, but the context isn't in the book, right? Like if you were to pick up this book after Muhammad died, you wouldn't know what the hell he was talking about. What good is this verse about fighting if I'm not currently in a war? I don't know if he meant all the time. I don't know if he meant in this specific war. What were the parameters of this war? What can I do this all the time? Things like that. And not only that, a lot of it is now severely inapplicable and outdated and not helpful. And it's not really like God doesn't put an expiration date on any of these, right? So there's a lot to be argued against, but their best point is that this was a demonstration, and these are things that you can't prove objectively that he was making it up, and you can't prove objectively that it was revealed to him, right? So you just gotta agree to disagree.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the other things I wanted to mention is that that guy, he had a British accent. So I think he was the one that you mentioned before, that he was like, oh, like if Islam isn't true, I'm just gonna delete myself, something like that. He also mentioned this one thing about like you kind of told him that if like he was kind of hating, that whole anti-West thing, they're just hating on the West. Oh, they're all just like, they have STDs, whatever. You know what I mean? He was going through that route, and you kind of asked him, whether or not he would be willing to live in a Middle Eastern country or something like that, like one of those Islamic countries. And obviously, like you said before, like there is no perfect Islamic countries.
Mhm.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. Would you be like, I don't know why, but I feel like it's a good point to argue about is a lot of the Nordic countries or North American countries. I know in Nordic countries, the atheism rate is over 80%. Atheism or like unaffiliated with any religions. And I feel like there's a big correlation between, I don't want to say that it's like like don't follow religion just to be a developed country, but usually you see that secular countries tend to do better than countries that have Sharia law, or even if they don't have Sharia law, they're heavily influenced by Islam. So I don't know, like, is that something you'd be willing to talk about in the future for someone that lives in the West but hates it, wants to live in a Middle Eastern country? You can, like, I'm sure there's examples of Muslim countries that are doing okay wealth-wise just because of oil and whatever, but you can always argue that their human rights record is pretty
I
bad right
think
now.
we had that conversation, either me and that guy or someone else. Yeah.
You can talk about like Qatar, how they're like, the World Cup is coming up. There's like 7,000 people. Like for me, the way to judge a country is like how you treat the worst people in it. And I can, not the worst people as in like bad, but like the lowest economically or like social status wise. And it usually tends to be immigrants, because they usually don't have that educational background to get good jobs and do well. So I can, like, my family immigrated from Bangladesh to here, and I can make the argument that my parents, without knowing English well or having a good education, they get treated at least 100 times better than a Qatari worker that's working working building the stadium, working in like 70, 80, 90 degree Fahrenheit, and like having a heat stroke, dying. Because I don't know what the number is, but a lot of people died building these stadiums. So yeah, like my question is, would you be willing to go into that argument, whether or not, like,
Here are my thoughts about that. So, lots of countries that are, the happiness index is high, they have more irreligious people, right? I think there's a correlation there, and this is I have to put a disclaimer here. I'm not an anthropologist. This is not speaking based on years and years of studying history and religion. This is just a personal opinion, which is why I'm not going to delve into it as its own topic or, speak with any authority on this. But my theory is that people, from what I've seen so far, people cling on to religion the worse that their life is, right? So religion is hope. Religion is, sometimes it helps you have a common enemy or somebody to blame. Like if you're in a country that has been wronged by colonialism, right? You're going to look at how poorly your country's doing. You're going to look at the ex-colonial country like the British or America or whatever. You're going to look at these countries and think, well, they're happy now because they've robbed us of all of our stuff, right? And there might be some truth to that, but you would think, and Allah is going to reward me in the afterlife. This is why I need to double down on my investment strategy, which is Islam. You know what I mean? Or the more hungry you are, the more desperate you are, the more you see people dying and suffering, the more you turn to Allah, because humans aren't really doing it, right? They're not helping. The more open you are to these alternative solutions that all have to do with religion and the afterlife, the happier you are, the more you have time and luxury to think about, wait a second, why am I praying? Like, what does this actually mean? And a religious apologist could link this to the happier the people are, the more ungrateful they are to Allah. But that's not truly what happens. It's more like that's when they start noticing that's when they have the time and the luxury to think about these things. Like if you're a mother who's like raising 4 kids and your husband is the one who's working, right? And you're doing everything and you're in a Muslim country and Islam is your whole life, do you really have time to sit and think about women's rights and why Muhammad said this about women or that about women? No. So I think the correlation is more like this. The higher the quality of life, the higher the education, the more time and luxury people have to think about religion, and the less religious they will be, and the less they need hope from outside sources and like hanging all their hope in the afterlife. That's my theory on that.
Okay. Talking about going back to what you were saying about the Quran being subjective, for me, like if I was a woman reading it, I would think it's like very lopsided in terms of like do you know how a lot of times people say that books, like religious books, are usually made for men by men? I feel like it's very evident when you read it, and most of the time it's like your woman, your wife, and it's not like like if I'm thinking this is a book from God, I wouldn't think I would think God would try to, like, as a woman, like if I was a woman, I would think as a woman I should get talked to as well, and it shouldn't be directed towards men. You know what I mean? But that was like one thing that stood out to me. Besides like woman, like one of the previous scholars talked about woman not even getting, like not knowing. That's where like circumstantial revelation comes in again. Like Muhammad got asked about what does woman get in heaven, and then one of the verses came to him from like through Gabriel, I guess. But yeah, like I don't know, like as like if I was a woman, I feel like there'd be a lot of red flags. But I guess the indoctrination process is so strong that they just don't like look right past it. Yeah,
And yeah, that's one of the thing that you said about convenience is it seems mighty convenient that Allah would only remember to start addressing women once a woman asks about it, right? But I don't even remember what the answer was, but it wasn't anything really satisfying as far as I can remember.
Yeah, it wasn't. It
It was
wasn't.
like women are going to be very beautiful in the afterlife, and they're not going to be jealous of whatever the Hur al-Ain. I don't know, but
Yeah. But other thing I would ask you, and this is not like, it does have to do with religion, but not really. I don't know, like I'm guessing you're probably in North America, but I don't know, like I've seen this, like for me at least personally, like I would want to in the future. I'm in my early 20s right now, working professional, but when it does come to marriage, I can see there being a problem because like I want to stick with my culture, with the Bengali culture, because like that's just, that's like I identify more as a Bengali than like American, even though I probably spent like half my life there and half my life here in the US. But when it comes to like marriage and stuff, I feel like it could be a big issue if like finding a girl that identifies with the culture but not so much with the religion, because I feel like for a lot of people, especially for Bengalis and non-native speakers of Arabic, they identify as Muslims even though they might not practice it 100%, but like politically they want to identify as Muslims, and I kind of just don't know how to approach that. I don't know if you have any advice, like for you, like have you given any thought? Like I don't know if it matters to
yeah,
you. Like,
I have given it thought. It's you know what's funny is I've met someone this way before. Some dating apps have a field for religion, right? And it's happened that I've met people from a similar background that had atheist or agnostic in their profile, right? So that would tell you right away, she has she's possibly Bengali or, from a similar enough background, but she's an atheist or agnostic. We could be compatible. I hope that in the future it's more okay for people to, you be hanging out with a group of Bengalis and you know that half of them are like, they don't have to necessarily call themselves ex-Muslim, but they're not practicing and the other half is practicing. I hope that becomes more common so you can more organically meet people that way. But make sure to never compromise. That's the important thing.
Yes.
Like, don't end up picking, a girl that that is going to be complicated and messy because her family is going to be annoying about doing everything Islamically and stuff. Like, make sure to judge the situation and not get yourself into something with a big burden that you're going to hope that it'll go away and this is my only option. Like, you do have options, it's just not easy, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, do you have any questions for me, or because I know there's someone else in the queue right now?
Well, 2 questions. First of all, how did you find my channel and live stream?
I think it's the YouTube algorithm. I think it just picked up that I'll probably be, I don't know why YouTube also shows me a ton of like Islamic, donate $1 for this mosque and like go build this mosque here, like stuff like that, but also a lot of, I guess, ex-Muslim content as well. So it just popped up somehow, and obviously like you're well spoken, very articulate, I think. So like the way you approach it compared to a lot of other people, where it's not about an argument, but it's more about like calm and well-spoken way of saying, like describing why it might not be, why the religion might not be true. And some of the questions you ask is genuine questions that a lot of people skip over. Because I remember you asked one person, why do you believe there's one God? And that is I think that's a very good question. It's that question that we don't ask ourselves, because you don't really have proof for one God or multiple gods. I think the reason we incline towards one God in Christianity or other monotheistic religions is because we kind of just got conditioned into believing there has to be one God. And I remember one guy was bringing up the example, how many presidents how many presidents can you have? And I mean, you can like argue that in so many different ways. You can be like, oh, how many people does it take to create a car? So if it takes so many people to make a car or build a building, how come only one person can make the whole galaxy and everything in it? You know?
Yeah, it's bad logic to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just funny. Yeah, it was funny hearing that, but also like it's a good question to ask that we don't give enough attention to. Like how and also that's kind of why I don't want to assert that I'm an atheist, because if I say there's no God, I'll need proof to show that why I believe there is no God. I guess like a lot of people will say, from the information I have, there's no belief that I have a God, like there is a God, there is a creator. But I feel
you don't have to take a strong position on it. The position that you're saying, it makes sense. It's like there is no reason to believe that there is a God. That doesn't mean I'm saying there is no such a thing as a possible creator of the universe. I don't know.
Yeah. So I guess, like that would make me fall in the agnostic category, I guess. Because if you generally don't know, then I guess that's what, I don't know. I don't like labels that much, but I guess that's the label you get put on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, what was your second question? You said you had two questions.
I think I might have forgotten the second question. Actually, yeah, the second question was going to be, so what made you snap out of belief? How did that happen?
I guess it was more about exposure to other religions, because I like the neighborhood I grew up in. There's a lot of immigrants, like African immigrants and people from Asia and stuff. So I met this one guy who was he's from Gabon, but he moved around a lot. He lived in Congo and then France, then came to the US. And he was talking about Mormonism, and we were both like early high school, let's say. And a lot of the beliefs in Mormonism are like, they'll seem very bizarre for an outsider. I'm not gonna go into what the beliefs are, but like you can go into it. There's lots of documentaries. It's a very cultish, and there's like Netflix documentaries you can watch.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I was like, oh, this is bizarre. Like, why is anyone believing this? You know? And then the more I reflected and thinking that even like Christianity, I'm like, oh, how can you have three gods and one God, you know, Holy Spirit and all that, you know, and everything else to me was like bizarre. And I was like, oh, is every other religion bizarre except mine? And I wouldn't say, I don't know. It wasn't like one day, you know, it wasn't like one day I just woke up, I'm like, oh, no, this is not true. It was like a gradual process. And then I talked with other Muslims about this stuff, and the way they, I guess, dissect the religion is very different than how I would dissect it. You know, like you said, like a lot of basic questions get skipped over. And then, I said that, but you know how I said, like, you know, how do you know there's a God? How do you know there's one God? How do you know God doesn't have a God? You know, how do you know, like the example I got given when I said, oh, how do you know there's a God? Is oh, look at the order around us, you know, how everything has a purpose, how everything's like there has to be a creator. But then you can also, atheists can look at it and zoom out and be like, there's so many examples where the order, like whoever created this was messy, you know, like an ever expanding universe. If you look at it from the outside, you're like, why did creator need to do all this when, like, as far as we know, we're his best creation, you know? And yeah, like those kind of questions, they get skipped over. And for me, like the follow-up question was always like, oh, like if everything needs a creator, why does your God not need a creator?
Well, they do sometimes solidify your mind against that question. Sometimes I've heard apologists predict that question and tell their followers, and then they're going to ask you, then who created God, and then they all start laughing and dismiss it, not actually engaging with that question. But it's the whole like infinite, and then they say the words infinite regress. That's the infinite regress, because you can't you have to draw the line somewhere. Then why don't you just draw the line at there is no God, and this was all like God is the existence of everything? One could say that it's just as plausible as an entity with a personality, So I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm glad that you started thinking that way. I'm glad that you had the sense to ask other people about their beliefs and examine your own.
Yeah, I appreciate your time. I really like what you're doing. I wish a lot of people came across this channel.
Thank you.
But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully one day.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Have a good day.
Take care. Have a good
All right,
rest of your day. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, NHA, for the call. I'm going to read a couple of comments and then I'll get to the next caller. I do have one last caller in queue, supposedly, but there's Albo also waiting. I said I wasn't going to take him, but Russian Apostate is also waiting. Russian Apostate wants to come in very quickly, so I will take everybody. But first, I'll read some comments. Paul Cine? Sorry, give me a second. Cine, I think. Thank you for the super chat. Says it means they chose this dunya above their religion. Oh, that might have been the previous caller talking about how their family chose to do something. I can't remember the context. I'm sorry. And okay, so there are some commenters like this person right here. Our Finger says, if you want to know about Islam, just ask someone who really knows the religion, like scholar or apologist, for the better understanding answer. This guy is lost. There is a scholar apologist like Daniel, Haqiqachu, and Mo Hijab. Ask them about Islam, not this guy. I don't know if you read the title of this live stream. Ex-Muslims, call in and share. No one has presented me. I haven't presented myself as an authority. Come here. I'm going to answer your questions about Islam. Let me tell you, Muslims are here to ask me about Islam. That's not what's happening. Here in today's live stream, ex-Muslims are calling and, chatting. In other live streams, I'm asking believers questions. Like I have believers on the stream. This is not just crap talking people behind their back or anything. And I've had conversations with apologists before, and I'd gladly have some conversations with apologists again. That hasn't happened in a while. It's just I've been trying to avoid all the drama that comes with the way that they handle conversations. I have a playlist. If you look up a playlist called Apostate Aladdin Talks to Believers, there's multiple times that I've spoken to TikTokers and YouTubers and people like that, and you see how most of them lose their crap every time. It's good for views, but do I really want to bring their audience into the comments so that they can keep annoying people? I don't want to, but I think maybe it's about time. But it's funny that you say Daniel Haqiqachu or Muhammad Hijab when they're both examples of very horrible people to talk to. But hey, invitation is extended. If either of them wants to come here, more than welcome. You see how I conduct my conversations. If you have any suggestions about someone I should talk to, leave them in the comments, not just the live chat, but in the comments afterwards. I'm curious. Sami Vada is asking, how do you feel about Quranists? Is this a progressive form of Islam that could work? I've answered this question before, but in short, I don't think it has solid footing. I think there's a lot of uncertainty there and it's easily shut down. I don't think it can stand on its own 2 feet because the Quran is just not enough. So, good for them, but I don't, if I found it to be a solution, I would have been a Quranist, but, Anyway, next caller is Digital Nomad. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going?
Hey, Apostate. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thanks for having me.
For sure.
I'm a bit disoriented at the moment just because of lack of sleep. So if I'm not making any sense, just let me know. And I do ask you to bear with me on this shortcoming. About myself, I come from a Shia background, a 12er, the Ithna Ashari. I'm an Arab, so I'm living in North America at the moment, and I've been having a lot of issues with the faith for a long time, and haven't had anyone to talk to about it, and recently lost a few good friends due to this conflict of opinion. So I decided to reach out and see who I could connect with, people that share the same views. I am 38 years old, and I started questioning at really as young as 13. But when it really when things started to really fall apart was at the age of 22, when I started to dig deeper myself and do some research and just think and decide for myself. Around that age, around 22, everything that I had believed in was still from the Sunni faith, because I grew up in a Sunni environment. I never learned anything about the Shia perspective. And at around 25, I started learning about the Shia school of thought. And so I spent a good, about maybe 5-6 years learning about Shiism, until I finally got the bigger picture, because there was a lot of cognitive dissonance there. But
Sorry, you said how long you spent as a Shia?
so from age 25 up until around age 31, just researching and trying to understand the Shia beliefs. And they're okay, it took me that long to finally understand the differences, because things are so convoluted. There was a lot of cognitive dissonance and a lot of confusion. But again, I think that Shiism is a little less destructive than the hardcore far-right Sunni Islam, like the Salafist Islam, because their depiction of the Prophet is less disturbing. It is less vulgar, if you want to put it that way. So, for example, with Shiism, they don't believe that the Prophet tried to commit suicide. They don't believe that he married a 9-year-old. She was the 19. She wasn't his favorite wife. She was his worst wife. They don't, for example, believe. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But
You're saying how like Shia Islam is less obviously, I guess, problematic in terms of how it describes Muhammad.
Yes, it is. Anything that is ugly, you can be about 90% certain that it is not acceptable within the Shia school of thought. So, for example, in the Sunni school of thought, the first revelation to the Prophet was Iqra, and he was in the cave of Hira. And then the angel Gabriel appeared to him, and he was surprised, and then he squeezed him, and he started ordering him. You know the story, like that. You and I, we both grew up learning in school, and this is not accepted in the Shia school of thought. To them, the first revelation, Iqra, was simply just a command to go out and start preaching to the people. Like they believe that he was born a prophet, and he knew he was a prophet from the start. Like there was the seerah and the narration, the rhetoric has a lot of differences. But in any case, long story short, after doing after having a solid understanding of Shiism and Sunni Islam, because I grew up in a Sunni environment, I still came to the conclusion that Islam altogether is not viable. It is definitely false. They're both fairy tales, let's put it that way. But if you ask me which one is less harmful to society between the two, I would definitely say Shiism, because of they have a nicer depiction of the Prophet. That's all I could say. So it is less harmful to society. So it does not animate that that brutal side that you see with the stereotypical far right Sunnis. Now, as to why I do not believe, why I have a hard time believing, is because the heart of Shiism is ayat al-tathir. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Surah I can't remember if it is Surah Al-Ahzab or, but in any case, the ayat al-tathir, it is based on Hadith al-Kisa. Are you familiar with it?
No.
Hadith al-Kisa. So basically, Hadith al-Kisa it narrates the story of the Prophet and the house and his household, where him and Fatima and Hassan and Hussein and Imam Ali, they were all sitting together under the cloak. And this is narrated in both Sunni and in Shia sources. And then comes down the revelation, إنما يريد الله ليذهب عنكم الرجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا. Okay. Now there is a problem with that verse. I think it's in Surah An-Nisa. That verse is in the middle of another context that is talking about the wives of the Prophet. So it is saying, basically, the ayah starts by saying, "Ya ayyuhan nisa." I'm just paraphrasing here. I don't know. Can't remember it word for word, but it says, basically, "Ya ayyuhan nisa, ya nisa al-nabi, yani la tatabarraju tabarraj al-jahiliya al-ula." Okay, and then it goes on to say, إنما يريد الله ليذهب عنكم الرجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا. So the Shia, okay, they take this in a completely different context, just like in the middle, you know. So it's like you said earlier today, the Quran is very messy. It is very unorganized. You will find verses everywhere, like all over the place. And it is not well organized in the proper context. So it is safe to conclude at this point that the verses were pasted together by men, by people. Okay, and it is less likely, very unlikely, that this is how it was revealed to the Prophet, like in this context, in the same context that we are reading it, because when Sunnis read this verse, they see a completely different context than when Shias read this verse, you know. And
well, how do you know for certain which context it came down in?
The only way to know is through the seerah, which makes, in my opinion, zero sense. And this seerah exists in both Sunni sources and in Shia sources. but it's still regardless. And I keep thinking to myself, and know how this is the last and final revelation, okay? And God would make it so easy, or to be misguided, or to slip, to not get the proper context of the message, and to stick this particular verse in the middle of a context that is talking to the wives of the prophet. So when you are reading it in English, you can easily skip through it and not see the context that the Shias are implying, because in Arabic, all of a sudden it switches to masculine, whereas it begins in English, it begins in feminine, and then halfway it switches to masculine. If you are familiar with Arabic, الضمير المثنى والضمير المذكر. So I'm thinking to myself, like, how can God make it so disorganized and so vague and so ambiguous in such a manner that the only way for me to get the proper picture, the full picture, is through the imams and through the scholars who are just working through the process of cut and paste. Both Sunnis and Shias, not any one particular. So there is a lack of honesty. There is a dishonesty on both ends. They are dishonest with themselves. And my conclusion is that they are just salesmen. They have to sell you an idea. They cannot be honest with themselves and tell you that, look, you know what, I agree with you, this doesn't make sense. They have to keep on portraying that sense of confidence,
Well, they can't say that. Scholars or believers in general cannot say, I agree, this doesn't make sense, because that's an admission that God messed up somewhere.
Exactly.
Or they can say that, but they can then defer to someone else and say, it doesn't make sense to me because it's my problem. It's my shortage, nuqsan is on me. I can't understand it. But they can't negate that they can't negate Allah's word. So
exactly.
So what gave you the confidence to know for sure that not only does this look suspicious, but I don't have a doubt anymore that this isn't from Allah, or this is not real?
Wallahi, first of all, I don't know how much.
That's ironic that you said Wallahi. Your Arab side is starting to show. You said innu and ana and wallahi. So wallahi is the ironic one.
It's because, it's a force of habit. We grew up and we got used to it.
No, it's a sign that you're a believer down inside. There's still hope, brother. Find Allah.
Wallahi, I don't think it's in this religion. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that it's in this religion. I lost confidence in it, to be honest with you. Now, like when you ask the Shia, okay, about their depiction of Muhammad and Imam Ali, for example, in the Sunni Sirah, the Sunnis believe that Imam Ali burned people alive, okay, during his caliphate. In the Shia sect, this is completely rejected. They don't agree to it because they say لا يحرق بالنار إلا رب النار. Nobody burns in the fire except for the creator of the fire. So anything that is vulgar towards the prophet or to his progeny, to his household, is completely rejected. Now the problem is that, do you have any proof? No, they don't have any proof. They just say that the Quran says إنك على خلق عظيم والله سيعصمك من الناس وإنما النبي إنما لا ينطق لا ينطق عن الهوى إنما هو وحي يوحى. So the end result I'm trying to get to is that there are definitely a lot of differences in the Sira Nabawiyya between Sunnis and Shias. And I do believe one is less harmful than the other if you wanted to plant it into the society.
Do you ever think that Shia Islam could outnumber Sunni Islam?
I highly doubt, that it could outnumber Sunni Islam, simply because Sunni Islam is backed by oil. Now, for how long, I don't know. And secondly, you have to keep in mind that, take into consideration that there are a lot of Sunnis who are converting to Shia Islam, but then again, there are a lot of Shias who are leaving Islam. And there are a lot of Muslims in general who are converting to different religions, such as Christianity or to the Baha'i faith, or some just become full-blown atheists, and that's it. But yeah, like any like the major difference between Sunnis and Shias is that anything that paints the Prophet in an ugly image, like the signs of epilepsy, for example, that's forbidden. If there was a hadith where the Prophet said that made a mistake in his judgment, where about agriculture, if you remember.
He gave some advice about something about planting dates, and
Yes.
then it didn't work out.
And then he said that إنما أنتم أدرى في دنياكم. Like if you are more knowledgeable about your worldly matters, but if I give you a command about religion, then take it in the context. So in Shiism, this is completely forbidden, completely rejected, because the Prophet cannot make any mistakes. The 12 Imams cannot make any mistakes.
Mhm.
That is basically the fundamental difference. Now, when it comes to the Sahaba, and to be honest with you, I have more respect for Shias in this matter, because they like they make it mandatory to believe that the companions committed a lot of horrific crimes, going anywhere from massacres to rape to theft to a lot of
They acknowledged them, but then did they say that it was a bad thing to do?
yeah, no, they don't praise these they don't praise their crimes. They make it mandatory as a fundamental part of the beliefs of the belief to reject these particular companions because of the crimes that they have committed. Like, for example, Khalid ibn al-Walid, when he massacred Banu Juzayma, for example, Khalid ibn al-Walid is already immediately rejected. And for us, he is not the Saiful Islam. You know that in Sunni, they call him the Saiful Islam,
Mhm.
right? So for Shias, this is immediately rejected, and they say that this is a bid'ah, and it was placed on the mouth of the Prophet. Yani they put it on his they put words in the mouth of the Prophet, and that the Prophet wouldn't give such a title to such a criminal, in other words. And same goes afterwards, he committed a crime against
But
Malik.
how come, like, when Ali committed a crime,
Mhm.
they say that he didn't commit a crime?
You're talking about the burning of the people? Like
Yes.
when yeah, they consider it a fabrication. They don't believe in that narration. There are differences in the narration.
Mhm.
So you have to think of that as in the context of apples and oranges. So, for example, in the Quran was defending Aisha from the Hadithat al-Ifk, the famous story of Hadithat
Patient that she
al-Ifk.
cheated. Yeah.
Yeah. In Sunni Islam, this is immediately interpreted. Okay, this is immediately what's the word? Not associated. This is immediately in defense of Aisha. Okay, but in Shia Islam, these verses were in defense of Maria al-Qibtiyya, because there is a whole other story, a whole other backstory that was that Sunnis probably never mention, and to be honest with you, I think both of them don't make sense. Both of the stories don't make sense once you zoom into the details. But I'm just explaining this to help you understand the differences, that you have to think in the context of apples and oranges. Sure, some things, some beliefs overlap, but you have to acknowledge the fact that there are fundamental differences in the beliefs.
Well, do you see a lack of? Sorry, can you mute yourself in 1 second? Your mic is picking up my voice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute you for a second. Do you see that there's a lack of counter Shia Islam apologetics?
A lack of Shia counter Islam?
Like counter apologetics to Shia Islam, just like there are counter apologetics to Sunni Islam, but I don't see a lot of Shia like not anti-Shia, but like ex-Shia Muslims, for example, and critics.
Ex-Shia Muslims.
Do you see those on social media and stuff?
Not really, because keep in mind that we are a minority. And most, actually, you know what? Now that you mention it, there is one that I would recommend if you'd like to listen to. Believe it or not, he still puts on his العمامة. شو اسمها العمامة بالإنجليزي؟
Oh, like the turban looking.
Yeah,
thing?
the turban.
Mhm.
He still puts on his turban, but he is preaching against the religion. Believe it or not, his name is Ahmad al-Qabbanji.
Is that in Arabic?
Yeah, so most of his lectures are in Arabic. Okay, he is giving his dialogues through the context of philosophy, from a philosophical standpoint. He is criticizing the Quran. He's criticizing God. He is giving examples as to how the concept of hell in the Quran is very unlikely to be true. And he goes on, for example, by giving, by mentioning examples of the prisons, like in places like Switzerland or Norway, and showing you how that the punishment system there releases people from prison as in a more humane manner, where they learn from their mistakes and they are no longer in a criminal mindset. You know?
Yeah, no, the Islamic hell is more about vengeance, revenge.
Yeah, and one step out of line, that's it. You can be a kafir or خلاص يعني Allah will not accept your deeds from you, and you can be in hellfire. Yani, I don't know what kind of life a person is supposed to be living, always being afraid their entire life. Like, you would be too afraid to even make a prayer. Like, this isn't. I don't think that this is how God intended for it to be. Like, about a week ago, one of my high school teachers passed away, and like, I felt like I was really saddened, because she was like a mother to me. Okay, and I didn't know how to prayed to her. I just read Surah Al-Fatiha on her, okay, because that's the only way I knew, and I made a dua in my heart. I said, God, I don't know if Allah, I don't know if you are the real God of this religion, but at least accept this prayer for her, even if I'm not worthy. And when I made that dua in my heart, made that prayer, it felt more organic. It felt more natural. It felt more calming than the du'as that you give in your salah or through the lens of Islam, because it was coming from the genuine fitrah that is inside your heart. It felt
What
more
did you pray
natural.
for?
I prayed, uh, basically in the context, I prayed without speaking out, that I know I'm lost in faith, and I know that I have trouble. I don't know if you are the God of this religion of Islam, but all I ask from you is to please accept this prayer for my teacher who just passed away. And that's
What was
all.
the prayer for the teacher?
Just Surah Al-Fatiha. Just to Surah Al-Fatiha on her soul. And
Yeah,
that
but
was
I mean, what is the outcome of the prayer that you hope for? Like, were you asking for her mercy, or
to have mercy on her soul. That's it. That's all.
and that felt organic and beautiful to you?
It's not the Surah Al-Fatiha that felt organic. It is the dialogue that I had in my heart with him, asking to please accept this prayer from me, even though I am not worthy, even though I am a murtad, and that I am having a lot of issues with this religion, but I don't know any other way to connect with you. I don't know.
This might sound insensitive. Wait, I'm gonna mute you for a second just because of the mic issue. This might sound insensitive, but I fail to see the beauty in that connection when the whole purpose of it is to ask him to have mercy on someone.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Well, it's something personal. Yeah, Ala. I cannot. Spirituality is something personal at the end. I don't know how to connect to God. Okay, and I recently I watched the Epileptic Prophet series by the two Abdullahs, by Abdullah Gondal. They did an amazing job, and that was like the final chapter. I was like, yeah, that's it, I'm done. Like this, pretty much. Uh, that is like the final stamp. This is the government's seal, basically, for me to leave this religion. But the prayer that I had is to basically have mercy on her, or take care of her in a sense, like to give her blessings. Um, because I don't know how else to connect with God. Yeah, this is how, excuse me, this is how we were raised, and this is the only, excuse me, sorry, this is the only method that we grew up learning, and I'm a recent um, murtad, if you want to put it that way. So I'm still exploring other ideas, other beliefs, and I don't know what to expect. I don't know. Like I feel like right now, like I'm lost in space, if you want to put it that way.
Well, why did you want to connect to God?
I do believe that there is a higher power. Okay, I'm just not convinced. I have a hard time believing that this higher power is the God of Muhammad. And basically, my prayer was approached through in the context of Pascal's wager, so much that if I am wrong, either way, please accept this prayer for me.
But I mean, in a more general context, why do you really want to connect to Allah or God in general?
Because people want to feel secure, people want to feel whole, they want to feel fulfilled. Like, I was really touched the other day. I was listening to the Arabic Bible, the Gospel of Matthew, and I was surprised, and that one of the verses said, where Jesus was criticizing the children of Israel, saying that it is better to go into your room in private and pray to God in private than to pray publicly and reciting, like I'm just paraphrasing, and reciting things in a meaningless manner, where you're just moving, you're just creating you're just doing your rituals like robots, in other words, and so to me that was meaningful. Okay, and I just went by that process, or by that principle. But other than that, yeah, I still want to explore the Baha'i faith, just to get an idea, see if it is something I might be interested in, or I do not know. I don't know where I'm headed from here.
I'm curious about why you feel the need to connect to God. And you kind of partially answered that by, you were saying how we were raised that way. We were raised with that idea that you need to connect to God, or that's an essential part of life. I've had moments of despair, and I've wondered, do I feel the urge to look up to the sky or to whatever is bigger out there and ask it for help? Or am I just asking for help and I'm running out of options, people around me, so I'm asking generally, throwing out this, this prayer, or this vibe of neediness, like, please help me. I still couldn't yearn for that connection the way that other people do. And that's not necessarily good or bad. I'm just curious to understand the mentality of someone who feels like they need that connection, so I know what could serve that for them, if not their specific religion that they no longer believe in. Because for me, that's not something that I'm missing. I haven't felt like I need to replace it with something. So yeah, I wonder why. Is it just because you were raised with that idea that you need to make a connection with the bigger entity?
Well, it's like I mentioned. People want to feel safe. They want to feel loved. They want to feel protected. They want to know that they are looked after. And sometimes just just out of impulse, when I'm frustrated, or when I'm going through difficult times, I start, just speaking out to God, and like in Arabic, what's the English word for fashkhalak?
Oh, like you're rude to your parents,
No.
or you're
Not
sticking?
rude.
Right.
You're letting off steam. You're just venting. Like, you're venting, and then
Well, in my mind, that automatically means being rude, right? If you talk to
well,
your parents in a certain tone.
well, that's one context. It depends. It's just like the word yalla, you know. It really depends on the context that you're using it in. But for me, what I meant is I'm speaking in the context of venting. You know, is when you want to blow off steam and you need someone, something that is greater than you to talk to. It's good to, in my opinion, I feel that it is good to have that connection. It also gives you a sense of security as you are crossing your midlife, because I am going through a bit of a midlife crisis and some health issues. So it does give a sense of comfort. Like that's all I could say. You know, at the end of the day, it is something personal to everyone. Like there are some people who feel that they don't need a connection with their creator or with a higher power, and that's fine. I think that to each be their own. But as for me, I do feel that there is a gap that needs to be filled. I just have a hard time accepting this angry God that we grew up um, learning about through the Quran. You know.
Mhm. There are lots of ideas out there about um, deism and Taoism. Um, I'm not the one to point you in the right direction because, like I said, it was never in my curiosity to fill that gap with something similar, but not Islam. Um, so I'm sure there is something out there that's a lot more peaceful and a lot more. Um, I don't just mean generic, but inclusive and doesn't have to delve into specifics about God's wants and needs. And in a sense, I'm a little bit, the grass is always greener, but I'm a little jealous of people who are able to have that kind of connection or faith or trust in the unknown. I can't seem to get that, and I don't know if I'm even looking for it per se. But whatever works for someone is, whatever is best. So if that's the kind of connection that you seek, I hope that you find it, and it doesn't seem like it'll lead you anywhere bad.
I hope so too. Um, it's just that it's because we've been attached to this religion for so long. Um, there's definitely a sense of relief, like once you put it aside, okay. But at the same time, you couldn't help but wonder and but ask, like, where do we go from here? What's next? You know, it's just a natural thing to ask. Like, what happens after we pass?
Nothing. Well, I mean, I'm posing that as an answer. What if
Yeah.
the answer is nothing?
Well, what if the answer is something? But I highly doubt. It is what Muhammad prophesied. I highly doubt that. Okay, like the concept of the afterlife and the from the Islamic faith. I have a very hard time believing it. I wouldn't be. I'm very open to the idea of different universes, um, but it's not for me. It's not for me to say. Like I can't say anything at this point.
You mean like the multiverse?
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, there is a question that. Sorry, I'm going to mute you again. There is a question that someone's been asking for a while, and they're really annoying about it. But I am curious as well, just to kind of shut them up and to get it out of their system. Have you spoken to a scholar about any of these things at any point? I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I'll let you go ahead.
Yes, I have asked several scholars, and the one that really ticked me off okay, was the Mulk al-Yamin. And how the hell Allah, okay, made it halal for me to engage in sexual intercourse with a woman that is already married, just because I own her as a slave. I can tell the guy, her husband, look, buddy, I'm gonna sleep with your wife for the next 2 months, so bugger off. Okay, you're not allowed to touch her. I'm like, what kind of logic is this?
Well, I don't know if in Islam that means they're divorced or something, but it's still the same problem.
No, but it's I don't know. Like, I'm not able to get into the nuances, but I know that for a fact that some schools of thought, like the Sunnis, they say that they are automatically divorced by the Sharia.
Mhm.
Okay, but I know that in as far as I understand, that in Shia Islam, that even if she is still married, okay, she is halal for you. Yani, you can just tell her husband, okay, you are not to go near her for the next month, and that's it. End of story. So for me, it makes zero sense. Like, it did not sit well with me. And then when I saw the epileptic prophet series, I was like, that's it. Like, the two Abdullahs did it for me. They made me a kafir.
Shout out to the to Abdullahs.
Yeah, but they did a really good job, by the way. I sent it to my science teacher, and she was amazed. She was amazed, right?
I'm gonna link that video in the description, and it's gonna pop up on screen as well. By the way, for those who are watching this later. Yeah. Well, is there? Sorry again. Is there anything else that you wanted to say or ask of me?
No, nothing in particular. I just wanted to reach out to people from this community, because after I had a oh, thank you, Hassan Radwan. I like your videos, by the way. Yeah, I just wanted to reach out because I recently got into an argument with some of my closest friends, and I need to rebuild my circle, and I need to reach out to different people who think alike, because it's like, there's no point to constantly live in the closet. You need to be able to be yourself, regardless of who you are, where you live. But in any case, this was just a first introduction. Hopefully, we can get in touch again.
Yeah, I'm glad that you called in today.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
Bye. All right. Thank you once again to the caller for calling in. Just to highlight Hassan's message again, he was saying, I feel you, digital nomad. I was devout for almost half a century and also frequently wish there was a loving God, but I can't escape the thought it really just is wishful thinking. I have to say that I feel for older ex-Muslims a lot because they have a different challenge than what we face. I've invested less into my social circles and my life, and just time spent doing things related to Islam than they have. It's a smaller part of my existence than it would be for someone who's leaving Islam at an older age. So I commend them for doing that. It's a different kind of challenge, and thank them all for calling us, because there's going to be another ex-Muslim. The next caller and final caller is Russian Apostate, who's been on the channel a couple of times, and I might be cutting out some of our talks together and making them into their own videos soon. So I hope you're okay with that. Let me read a couple more comments, and then I'll get to the next and last caller. Lexus Apprentice was saying, I'm really trying to think about Aladdin's question about why I have this feeling of it being important to connect with God. When I reflect on this question, there's an answer that I can't tangibly feel in my brain, but I'm trying that I can tangibly feel in my brain, but I'm trying to put words to it or to analyze it, and it's really difficult. And that's okay, because I'm not going to tell you that there is no answer and that you're just feeling emotions, but a good way to discern if it's just a feeling that you have or if it's actually something is give it time and, put it into words when you can. Maybe it'll take you months, maybe it'll take you years, maybe it'll just come up to you eventually, but it's good to reflect on it rather than just leave it as an unexamined, untouched feeling that you know the answer to it. So I am glad that has helped you think about it for a moment and pause and think. Okay, the last caller I'm taking today, Russian Apostate. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going?
Hello there, do you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu.
So now you're a Muslim again. Okay.
Look, Aladdin, I want to be very short, inshallah. I just wanted to let you know that I really truly enjoyed this stream as well. I was from the start till now, and all I wanted to do is actually I wanted to invite your listeners to basically be the part of the movement and inshallah contribute to your Patreon. I know it is very important, and I know it's only like what, $5 to $10 they can start with. So it's, I don't know, less than a sandwich. So next time these people get a burger or a sandwich, so they have clear mind, so they know that they're supporting another apostate, because every penny I know goes to fight misogyny, bigotry, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric. I know it fights the oppression against apostates, so on and so forth. So, and I'm sure some of it will go to buy cat food. So, for the sake of cats, please join the apostates, not only apostate Aladdin, but any other ex-Muslim Patreon. I know it helps for how many hours you're sitting there giving us the platform, helping us join and talk to each other. Yeah, I just want to say that I don't want to be too long here with you, but look, we appreciate it. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you very much for saying that, and I'll be sure to transfer you your cut for this call. I did not set him up for this. But yeah, I rarely promote my own Patreon, unfortunately, what I should be doing more often. So if you're still here, I appreciate all the donations and everything. And just FYI for people to know, Patreon takes less of a cut than YouTube does, and PayPal also takes less of a cut than YouTube does. But I appreciate every single contribution, and thank you, Russian Apostate, for reminding people. And for hearing from you again, I hope you're doing better every time than the last time.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. I'm doing much, much better since I start talking to you guys. Yeah, it's almost like a therapy. In fact, when I left Islam, I went to a therapist. I don't know if I talked about it, but maybe next time I'll talk about it. But I really needed it. And I told you that I have some phobias, this, that, the other. And I feel like after I have this channel that I can kind of vent, I guess, it helps even better than again, look, go see a doctor if you need to. I'm not saying that don't go to a therapist, but what I'm saying is what is helping me is that being able to talk, being able to share my story, because as you know, I'm closeted ex-Muslim and there's so many of us there. So yeah, I appreciate it. And yes, again, Aladdin lied. He actually cuts 15% of Patreon contribution to, I'm a mafia guy here. I'm kidding. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Russian Apostate. Take care and have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, 15% is not bad. At least it's not the fifth, which is 20%. That's what Muhammad took. Anyway, FP is asking, Aladdin, why aren't you pursuing a voiceover career? I've never thought of my voice as anything special. I just started doing these videos and live streams and everything. And this has nothing to do with what I do for a living, like voiceover or anything like that. So I don't know. I don't know if I have anything to offer there. Wait, what did he said? Or acting? No, I'm definitely not a good actor, unless this is all an act, and I've been pretending the whole time. Zagros is asking, do you know this man called Hisham al-Masri? No, I don't think I do. I spoke to Adam al-Masri in one of my live streams. You should check that out, Shisha with Aladdin. Anyway, thank you very much, by the way, for the super chat from A Salama. I appreciate it. And I believe that is it for today. Thank you everyone for watching, especially watching this long. I'm surprised that certain people watch the whole thing. We've got 115 viewers, which is close to the peak, of the number of viewers for the stream, and they watch the whole thing. So I really, really appreciate it. I will check out that YouTuber that somebody mentioned. And yeah, as always, everybody think critically and think for yourself.
The intention, you don't want to know the truth. You're not seeking the truth. So
and you make that assertion based on what?
Based on your words. Okay, you left Islam. Okay, okay, you are just discussing controversial topics like